and it finally comes down to tonight. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to technically, the semifinals as well as the grand finals of the Badass University All Stars. In case of you guys are, not familiar with how we are going to be running the show this evening, let's go ahead and give you guys the TLDR of what exactly is going to be transpiring tonight. We have got two semifinals lined up for you guys. Those are going to be best of ones, followed by one grand final directly after that. So roughly in about 2 hours time, it's going to be a best of three to battle things out. And now we've only got four teams left that are going to be battling it out for a grand prize of 750 GBP, 750 pounds, and the total pool that goes to the first spot and the second, that is 1,200 pounds, as well as some lovely little headsets brought to you by HyperX. So that's exactly what is at stake this evening, and it is going to be an action-packed way to close off the second season of Badass University All-Stars. The four teams that are left standing, those are Princesses, Team Trident, Imperium of Mandem, or for short IOM, as well as Lockdown Ludens. And I can tell you that in case if you guys have not been tuning into the past couple of weeks exactly how tight the competition was between these particular four teams, almost each and every single person, players, staff, coaches, whoever it may be, even the casual viewers, simply couldn't predict exactly which of the technically top 8 teams would have actually made it to this particular playoff stage, because of the fact that the points spread around across all these 8 teams. They were so close and knit together. We had so many overtime matches, so many teams that were just scraping together 2 or even 1 points, trying to scramble anything to make it to the final stage. And we finally have our 4 contenders that are going to be battling it out in the arena. Let's go ahead and actually just pull up a quick little GFX for you guys, so you guys don't have to listen to my horrendous voice walking you guys through. Small little technical issue over there, probably an NA mic, not exactly sure, but we'll just quickly power through it. Regardless, the Princesses, they were the ones that ended off on pole position, P1, with a miraculous 23 points. They were narrowly so close to actually maintaining a flawless run throughout the regular season, having only suffered a single loss in overtime, if I'm not mistaken. That was against Imperium of Mandem as well. And as such, they're going to be going up against the 4th seed Lockdown Ludens, who just managed to actually scrape together sufficient points by the end of the season to make it all the way to playoffs. And then we've got Team Trident and IOM. Those two teams, they finished in spots 2 and 3 respectively. And I can tell you just right off the bat that there is a thunderstorm brewing between these 4 squads. And I'm not talking about the one that is out my window. Shout out to Dutch Weather, by the way. It is right here at the Badass University All-Stars Season 2 Finals. We have got absolute crackerjacker, barn burners, whatever adjective you want to call these particular matches. It's all going to be happening here tonight. And we've got a bit of a lengthy evening. Once again, 2 semifinals, 1 grand final for a cash prize of 750 pounds with, if I'm not mistaken, quick maths never to be done on broadcast, 450 going to the runner-up, as well as some HyperX headsets for the grand finalists, for the winners of Season 2. But let's actually not necessarily get a bit too ahead of ourselves. I've just been here to actually introduce the show this evening. I'm not going to be the person who's actually walking alongside you guys through the matches themselves. We have 2 very special casters that are going to be holding your hands through our 2 semifinals this evening. Some of you guys may already know one of them, naturally, that is your beloved Whippet, but we've also got a bit of a special guest joining us as well. Some of you guys may have already, seen him in play, or you may have heard his name through the vines, through the tree branches. He is a player hailing from Coconut crack. That is 3 coconuts, just 1 cracked as they should be. It's King Cairo himself, and they are going to be taking a look at Princesses versus Ludens as your first semifinal, and Trident versus IOM as your second. So, guys, I'm going to go ahead and throw it over to you so you can go ahead and quickly discuss the map bans, and all in all, just have fun with tonight's matches. It's going to be a good one.
It certainly will be a good one. Of course, as mentioned by our wonderful host, Two Doors, I am Whippet, and joining me for the very first time on the Badass University All-Stars Virtual Cast Risk is the one, the only, the magnificent King Cairo.
How's it going, Whippet? I'm super excited for these semi-finals. Not being able to play, but certainly being able to cast them is an honour. And do you know what? What better teams to cast than these 4 that are going to be in the semi-finals?
Certainly so. I mean, this has been 10 weeks of the most grueling crucible of Siege I have seen in a long, long time. And when when we figured out how close all this competition was, we were undecided who our top 4 teams would be until the second to last play week. We had no idea who'd be joining us. We could have made our best guesses, and a lot of our predictions perhaps came true. But this entire competition, this entire season, has been so jam-packed with the most tightly contested Siege I have seen in a very long time. And as Two Doors mentioned, the teams that Princesses managed to grab themselves that pole position. But let's hope they don't pull a Charles Leclerc and crash out early, because they have themselves an advantage, and that's going to be the very first game we go over. So we know we know the match we're going to. Let's figure out the players we're going to be seeing in this matchup, so we can get a little bit of company to the rosters we'll be seeing go to war in our very first semi-final.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, hopefully this matchup is going to be... Hopefully this matchup is going to be as fast-paced with these 2 rosters that are going to be playing against one another. Obviously, I don't think we might... I think we may have lost the roster. I'm not too sure what's happened. But tell you what we do have with it. We do have the map bans. So hopefully we can get them up, and then we'll just talk a bit about them and how what's going to be happening in this matchup.
Yeah, so... While we get our map bounce right, we do have actually our roster list, so we know the Princesses, who are your number 1 seed coming in, they hold that pole position, and well, they've got a very iconic roster. Well, we're going to be going down that list now. Max D, Zodi, So What, Mr. V, and Mr. Joe. One of the names you're going to see is Max D, well, or Max P now, as his in-game server name has been changed to. And Max holds the kill record. He got it in the very opening week on Chalet, yet to be broken. We've seen some close calls for it, but no one's got close yet. I wonder if he's gonna try and top that out now as we hit our playoffs.
Well, I'm sure he'll definitely be given a good shot. Obviously, these 2 rosters coming up against each other, we'll see a lot of rounds. We'll see a lot of fast action plays on the side of Ludens. We do have Benji, Kiki. I don't even know how to pronounce that. Is it Giobo? That's a terrible pronunciation. Giobo. Sorry, that pronunciation is honestly terrible. But Proctor and Gady, these players, obviously, they deserve to be there. They are probably some of the players that have almost kind of got to Max P's, or Max D, whatever you want to call him, record. So I'm sure that they'll definitely be giving it a good crack anyway.
Certainly so. So let's try and get our map bans up for you so you can see the war zone that we'll be bringing up for this one. I really am intrigued about what maps the players have opted to go to. So Cafe and Chalet, first to go. Waving goodbye to Chalet, my favorite map in the current pool. It's unfortunate seeing it go, but I am intrigued. That does leave some opportunities. Hopefully Oregon isn't going to get played. We've seen enough of it during our regular season, so we can avoid it here in the playoffs. And well, speak of the devil, there's Oregon, banned out with the Princesses, and Consulate next to go. Clubhouse, Coastline following a suit, and leaving us to go to... Right, that's Clubhouse again. Let's do the math. If Clubhouse is banned out, let's work this one out, Cairo. It's going to be Villa. It's going to be Villa then.
It's super interesting though. I did a little bit of homework before we went in here. Lockdown Ludens has banned Consulate and Chalet 6 times each, and if we look at Villa, they've actually Princesses banned it out 3 times. So if you think about it in that sense, maybe Princesses trying to hide that. The kind of 2 normal bans have looked at it and look, do you know what? They've banned Chalet and Consulate a lot, so then maybe that's what they've kind of worked it all out in a sense. And if we actually look at what the play days, etc., Princesses haven't played Villa once.
Yeah, it's an interesting choice to go to a map that you have, well, no in-league experience with. Would have thought that something a little bit more comfortable would have got brought out, or they try to get directed by the Princesses. But again, we're going into this. It's winner takes all, best of one semi-finals. So a map that no one has any information on you playing, perhaps could have been an advantage. Perhaps they were scheming in the background, trying to save some strats and hide the map. Hopefully, they do a better job of saving strats than teams like G2. So we are getting very ready. I believe we're only a few seconds away from jumping into action. So Cairo, before we go into it, before we see the server, any predictions you want to make? Who do you think is going to be able to punch the very first ticket to the grand final today?
Honestly, I think it'll be Princesses. They've played well. I think they've only lost once, and it was an overtime loss to IOM. But you got to remember, though, Lockdown Luden's just as valuable because they only lost 8-7 to the Princesses in the main season.
Well, that's certainly a valid point, and I think I'm going to have to agree. Princesses have looked strong and dominant this entire... Okay, we are back, everybody. Sorry, we're just working out some of the wrinkles and everything. So we're here, map number 1, Villa Princesses versus Lockdown Ludens. Your pole sitters, your number 1 seed from our regular season versus the Ludens, who managed to just squeeze their way into the top 4, making their way to the playoffs here today. Yana and Thatcher, your first 2 bans away, and the Yana is an interesting one. An operator that you rarely see banned, and I wonder if perhaps this is something targeted. Thatcher, you see it every day, not much of a surprise. In the mirror, well, this ain't going to be too much of a shocker either.
Well, do you know what? Mira is such a strong operator, that Black Mirror. I know she's getting nerfed in the coming weeks, but I mean, what an operator. I think it's really interesting they went for that Ayana ban, obviously a mainstay when it comes to the Ludens roster in terms of attack. So, and do you know what? That infinite drone, that Gun 6, the 2 frag grenades, something that we need to talk about. That Goyo ban, 2 shields off the board straight away.
That's a massive kind of, removal of potential utility, and I really am thinking that's a smart decision. All you think about is that AVG holder. You make a rotation by the bar towards the main stairs, you put a Goyo shield down, you create a very fortifiable position, and the position on top of main stairs can make it very difficult for the defense or the attacking side to break down those front lines, and that could be a very sensible ban indeed. Princess is starting on the defense, of course, and Aviator Games will be their first side of choice. The 6 pick away from that castle brings the Maestro. And, well, that's going to be a very interesting weapon choice. We all know how I feel about the Alder. We'll get a chance to sing here on playoffs. As Max perhaps that bandit, an unusual operator that you'd imagine Max would be playing that primary roam position, but he's going to be opting just to sit on the support base. A lot of things wrong, and he's going a bit of an expedition around the map.
Well, I mean, that year 2 Roma, Bandit was so strong, 3 speed MP7. I mean, let's be honest with it, we know how it goes when that man gets gunning. The thing is, though, that your Songbird is here, that Alda in hand, with all the the Maestro cams, the Evil Eyes, I should say, all around the map. They're indestructible. You have to use that explosive utility, and they can also see through smokes. When I look towards the side of Ludens, they actually have no smokes, so that's a useless point, you know what I mean, Caster's Curse.
Well, yeah, every time I mention something, it seems the teams do the best in their power to do the opposite of my will. So, Mr. V is going to be on that smoke, locking up and shearing on the site. It's going to be a difficult thing to break down, especially if that time gets low. So, Proctor on the Ash, the initial entry frag going towards the master bedroom, and this is going to be a very important point. The entryway in Villa can make or break a team's round. You can get held up in this entire side of the building very easily. One roamer with someone there close to trade them off can be a catastrophic thing, and what we see, Max D tucks himself right underneath that default camera, and droning important. I wonder, has the bandit been left unchecked? The drone, we see the lights aren't facing that way, and Max, well, lies in the wait, an omnipresence threat that Proctor's just not aware of. But now, Gady uses that drone, spots out Max. The swing is there. The Bandit finds a lot of damage towards that Ash and none in return, but decides retreating down the Astro stairs, stays alive to fight another day, as Gady now pursues, backing up the Ash in the entryway inside a master bedroom's begun, and map control slips away and goes in favor of Ludens, but ultimately that damage done could pay dividends in an investment to a late round, and I think Max can be happy with that engagement.
Yeah, one gunfight there. You got to win your gunfights all across the map. It's kind of a typical thing that we say here, but it's true. You know what I mean? Max has actually won that initial gunfight, done some damage, and it'll do good when it comes into the execution late in the round. Do you know what's interesting here, though, Whippet? We've only got 3 men actually coming from this north side, and not much in terms of resistance. Only Max on the roam, the other players on site. Something that we'll need to keep watch of when it comes to that late game. Maybe they're thinking, you know what? We'll just play, wait and see what happens. Maybe they think that they can win out on the execute. We look at the denial that they have on the site. We've got a smoke. Oh, we also have a C4 though. I believe that was Max's from pocket down below. Oh, well played from him.
A wonderful C4 finds some damage. Well, that's going to actually down the Zofia. Now the revive has occurred. That's 20 HP. Gady's not going to be too comfortable moving into a further engagement, but Max gets so aggressive, and well, Giabu, well, veins, or ice running through the veins there to find that kill. Zofia picks up one as well. Proctor's there. Gady was traded off. Zodi's going to find some shots down range. The MX4 Storm downing that Ash, confirming that kill now. The advantage still sits to Ludens in a 3 versus 2. 45 seconds remain, but the fortified positions are still in favor. You have an Aldo, the Maestro, sitting in Vault, and we have an MX4 Storm, a weapon that can chew apart in close quarters combat, sitting behind that very tricky position. This dodge anyone inside of bar, but doesn't matter as Jibo gets aggressive, finds the kill of Mr. Joe, and the cross is held. Zodi gets in the vault, but surely, yes, denies the plant, but the trade is there, and KK finds that lockdown. Ludens confirmed themselves in the very first round. It was a shaky one, but ultimately they played their cards perfectly, and they give nothing to the Princesses, nothing to be exploitable from them, and they will pay with some success in the opening round.
Well, I mean, that was such a beautifully set up post-plant situation. You look at the crosses that they had. As soon as Zodi walked through that vault, it was just bullets flying everywhere. He was taking damage as soon as he entered through. I mean, that's the thing, though. They played the post-plant so well. They got the picks, went for the plant, and then that was them. Zodi just so unlucky not to deny and then rotate away. One round towards the attackers, and something that needs to be said, Whippet, is it going to be an attacker-sided split, or is it going to be defender-sided? It's something that we need to find out. Interestingly enough, though, they've moved away from denial and went towards info denial.
Yeah, well, that's going to be an interesting choice. You know, Mozzie alone on Max is going to, has those 3 pests. They have that blanket area where they kind of prevent or discourage drones from traveling. But it isn't going to do as much of a sweeping effect as a Mute Jammer would. And when you see that Mute Mozzie combination on other maps, and this as well, it's mostly the Jammer that provides that anti-information kind of line, or that kind of line of thinking, and the pests act somewhat of a supplementary tool to that. But C4 and that information denial, and well, the Commando as well, not a bad weapon in those one-on-one engagements. So Max is going to be an active threat, and looks like he is roaming off towards that northern side of the building once again. We do see the very similar site setup being made, an angle from Vault facing down in the study, going to make it a very difficult position. That's going to be a very nightmarish angle to fight with if they aren't being passive on the balcony, which we saw previously, which did net that kill as Max did get aggressive.
Yeah, it's a very LATAM-esque setup with the aggression coming straight from the couches area in AVG. I imagine I'll probably be watching SI, just like me and you were, Whippet, when you destroyed my eardrums back then. But you know what? I hope there's enough action that you can destroy my eardrums tonight, because let's be honest, these 2 teams have been playing well so far. There's been plenty of frags already, but it looks as if the frags are going to keep coming as Max just roaming towards this kind of Astro area. He's starting off there. It seems to be almost a split push every time from Ludens. 3 men pushing from this north side, 2 on the balcony on the south. C4 wasted, just unfortunate. Max not connecting again this time. So it'll be interesting to see how the push comes, and if the split push can gain another round for these attackers.
I mean, it's a very sensible choice to make this initial push. The master bedroom side is a very important bit of map control to hold, and a reasonably safe entryway. It gives you a lot of positions as a staging ground to launch a successful attack, and kind of acts as a gateway to getting 90 in classical control. Well, speaking of getting 90 control, Gady is getting that utility clear, popping that impacts to clear a path, and giving an easier access down towards that 90 corridor. Information being relayed, we see the red pings off in the distance, concussion primed and ready and sent out towards Zombie. To no avail, pops towards Mats, and no one's going to get stunned by that. So that's going to be a bit of a waste of utility, but nonetheless, knows it now clear, so they can push up with some relative ease. Mr. V has a great angle there, clearing some headroom to make sure they can swing with more ease. Do like this setup from the defense so far. You see no initial engagements with a minute 15 remaining. Mr. V, keep an eye on this smoke because it could be very pivotal on a site like this. Proctor down below finds some damage as So What. KK as well trading off some damage in trade, and that's going to be So What finding even more. Actually, that's an engagement with the Nomad that's led to the Jaeger's wounds. He's not going to be too keen on another engagement with the AK. Can hit like a truck if given the chance. As Proctor push up the main stairs, and this is a very critical to the round engagement. A tricky fight nonetheless. The head is visible to top it, but a horrible trade of positions, and that's going to be Max P on the victory with the Commando Sing Suite, and that's going to be 2 kills in a rapid succession. The Princess is looking good. 5 versus 3 and 40 seconds remaining.
Well, the smokes are starting to come out now. You've got to remember those 10 seconds each can deny, but Benji can deny with the bullets as well. You've taken out one player. I believe that was Zodi, the alibi Giobo. He's going to get one of his own, and now it's 3 apiece. Whip it. 25 seconds remaining, and you've got to remember that those smokes came out pretty early. Maybe a bit of a scramble here as we poised towards the execute. Benji is below, coming up main stairs, maybe trying to get their player of Max P off, but Benji gets the refry. Giobo, he's down, and now with 5 seconds remaining, we need to get the plant down. The player, the Maestro, he's going to get taken down, and now it's a 1 versus 3. Mr. V left with it all to do. I say, what 1 versus 3? Should be a 1 versus 4. Plant going down, the smoke getting 1, and now he's in a 1 versus 1, but Benji getting the attackers round 2 of this matchup, taking a 2-round lead on a map like Villa, a defender-sided map. Well played from them. Post-plant again, almost perfect.
Yeah, well, I said keep an eye on that smoke, and very nearly makes that 1 versus 3 with an SMG-11 perfection. But Lockdown Ludens close out yet another round, finding 2 on Villa, historically defense-weighted maps. So this could be a very good sign for the Lockdown Ludens. Again, remember, if you are watching at home and you haven't seen our regular season so far, Princess is your pole sitters, #1 seed in these playoffs, and the Ludens, well, they were #4, the lowest seeding possible, so this could be a massive upset result if Princesses falter. It is still early days. We're only going into the 3rd round now as we finally see a new site, trophy, and statue being brought out. And I would like to see a bit of a roam presence, an extension either towards Study side or a significant presence down below. But looking at the operator lineups that we see today, it will be more likely to be an extension laterally toward the southern side to hold on to the map control and Study and Aviator Games just to make that job a little bit easier. Oh, be careful though, you don't want to stretch yourself too thin. You can leave yourself exposed to that master bedroom position, but Princesses are more than aware of all the flaws that this map can bring.
Yeah, there's a lot of flaws with this map. So many off angles, maybe playing in towards that bar in games, or even sometimes you can get misdroned in AVG. There's like the spot behind the couches, even in Vault. Things like this can happen. I'll be very interested though to see how this Echo plays out. Echo's so prominent throughout the whole of SI. I know we're talking about T1 here and that we're playing in kind of Uni Siege, but you've got to remember that it kind of trickles down. This Echo was so prominent, even though he did get nerfed in terms of the invisible drones, etc. with it. So it's something that I'll be interested to see when it comes to the post plan.
Yeah, well, I mean, those yokai drones can be a very dangerous tool if you're not clearing them away. But we do see Proctor on the LIQ, so they aren't going to be as invulnerable, and they are visible to the naked eye as well, so you're not going to necessarily require the IQ scanner to find them. Well, so my pancakes tossed up, reinforcing the wise position. That's Mr. V, as Benji's very dangerously close to this operator. Clears 90, gets control of it now, clears the camera, swings to the Elliot, primed and ready. Now a Rooney Gate presents the first problem to solve for the side of Lockdown Ludens. What utility do you commit to clear this, and do you have eyes? Yes, they do. The yellow ping is there, so a Mai's position compromised. But we see they escape down the red stairs. Mr. V finds some damage taken early. That was from the L85 Noah player down below. So he's not going to be too comfortable here. He's going to be caught between a rock and a hard place. Has that Surya Gate for somewhat cover. Acts as a pseudo ADS. And he has those on my pancakes to shore up his position as well. All he must do now is play their life here. But Max gets one. Proctor gets an instant trade-off. And what an opening there for both teams. Max finding a successful kill. That's going to be Benji. Your nades off the board. Throwables gone. And they're so good at clearing positions. Especially when you have so many corners you can sit on a site like this.
Yeah, definitely. And do you know what? The two drones are actually on the board. We see towards where that player's card is. There is two white circles. That means they're on the map. That means they've not lost that much in terms of intel, but they have lost a lot in terms of those needs. Max D, he is holding down his position with the shield. The suppressed MP5K is doing so much damage to these other players. We see finally the shield is going to get destroyed from below. Gady doing the work with those Zofia charges. So now we've got to look at this whip it with 55 seconds, and what have we actually done? We've only cleared out Max D, we've only got one pick. So how do we move towards an execute? We've not even got the wall open yet, so there's so much work to do, and it's getting worrying that maybe this post plant might not come out as we've seen the past two rounds. Kate Chargers going down to deny this wall. I'm getting worried.
I'm certainly worried as well. 30 seconds remains and Lockdown Luden's yet to make a significant advantage. You may as well call this site Raskas because they need a dive bomb to make it work. But so what's going to be the thorn in the side as Proctor falls. Gady now on that Astral Window Repel, alone and isolated. The sound cues of that twists and turning is going to be so loud and clear. And this Saria gate's going to block off KK. We hit red on this timer. 10 seconds remain, and the dive bomb has to be there. The Org sings of Mr. Joe, and surely this round will fall. Yes, it does. The princess is collapsed in the dying seconds, and so what collects that final kill from Astro Stairs, and that's going to be 2-1 in our scoreline. The princesses show that they can fight back.
Well, they're certainly fighting back hard. That round was so well played. Instead of taking the fight to Lockdown Ludens, they said, you know what, you guys, you have your space. You come to us for a change. They came, and do you know what? They were stopped in their tracks. Max D getting that kill on towards Red Stairs. We did lose the Wamai on Red, but do you know what? It didn't matter that much. The players that of princesses were able to hold down these angles and stop people coming in. We had the Kate charges left in pocket to Kate trick anybody coming trying to open that master wall, and it was just I'd say a mismanagement of time from Lockdown Ludens. Finally, though, we're heading back to AVG. We've already got a bit of momentum on the side of princesses. Get your caster bingo cards out, folks, because here comes another point for you. The game of Siege is all about momentum. Once you get that momentum, you get a bit of confidence. You think, do you know what, we'll retry that site. We'll see if we can win this out. We've not won it yet, but maybe third time's a charm.
Certainly. So finding a way to break your opposition's momentum and building your own is super important in Siege. You know, think of it like a game of chess. If you start taking your opposition's pieces, they're going to feel some pressure. They're going to panic, and they might slip into even more mistakes. So you can certainly capitalize upon that, but you need to be aware of those mistakes being made to make full advantage of your pressure you're building. So the princesses we've seen, they are so lethal, so destructive when given the chance. I don't think they're going to miss too many opportunities if the Lockdown Ludens make a single mistake. So we hear some early shots being traded off, but that's surely just to open up some angles, and we're back to Aviator Games. It's a very strong site, but we've seen Lockdown Ludens for 2 successive rounds have a very successful time attacking it.
Yeah, they've been so successful. The Roam, not so successful, I would say. The kills only coming out when Max D actually gets back to site. He's not wasting that much time either, but this time he has already wasted 40 seconds. The drone's coming out, and now he's dropping below. He's going to make sure he keeps that alive. Benji, though, he's going to take so much life, and that's the Wamai lost early. Again, Max D's going to have to rotate back to site, but I don't think he's going to... Oh, I thought he was going to take the chance of running out there, but it doesn't look likely. He rotates back, and now Ludens are doing what they've done previously, gaining that map control, gaining the whole of the south side. Sorry, the south side? It's the north side, where we see Proctor, KK, and Gady gaining control.
Minute 45 left in this round. Lockdown Ludens hold the player count advantage 5 versus 4, but as they take this map control, they will stretch themselves a bit thin. That's intrinsically how this tends to work, and opportunities for players like Max to make a flank worker there. A swing from the top of main stairs finds some damage on the Proctor. Not going to be too keen to re-peek that as Max down below has that C4, the all-important boom boom Nokia. It's primed, it's ready, it's ripped, but no, it misses! And that could be a critical moment in this round. If the princesses were relying on that finding damage or a kill, they're going to be left hanging for that, as the vertical position here by Mr. by Mr. V. Has a great angle towards those main stairs. He saw that was a push taken by Proctor late on, as now on the hunt for that bandit the Ashe goes, but I think Max is very much aware, playing in corners, and this is going to be a pivotal engagement for this round, and Max, he loses it out! The Ashe gets the kill as Proctor finds 2, and now the round's being cracked wide open, 5 versus 2, make it a 5 versus 1, as Proctor finds 3. Can they make it for the AK Symphony? All that gets in on the Symphony, but Proctor's off the board, and well, that's going to be 2 for the Maestro now. 3 more to go. Make that 2 more as 1 player's down by Maps. Zodi in a winnable position. Very known, but sadly, Gady sneaks around by pool table, finds the shot, and puts Maestro in the dirt, claiming another round for Lockdown Ludens.
Joe, you know what? Whippet, that was so close. Zodi, so great with his mechanical ability. That Alda in hand, gaining almost 3. KK getting down. And then that punch that came in there was just beautiful. You know what I mean? Gady coming in, just kind of manipulating the fact that Zodi's attention was towards maybe the plant potentially going down. He didn't know where the third is. We're playing comp rules here. And now Ludens breaking serve, breaking the split, making sure they take it attacker-sided whatsoever. They can really be happy with what they've done so far, but I imagine they'll be hungry for more. Max D, he's going to change from a Maestro to a Pulse. I imagine that means that there's going to be some sort of vertical play here with all the CFOs in pocket.
Yeah, the Pulse is a very good choice going down to this site. It not only gives you the information if a push is coming via pantry, but if you have teammates at C4s, you can help assist them in finding damage through the floor. But a lot of deployable shields getting brought out, 2 of them in fact, so what, Zodi rocking them, so that's going to be a nice bit of cover setup as well as the Saria gates to really shut down any significant presence. So, we're round 5 in. This has been typically, and at least historically, a defense-sided map. And Lockdown Ludens finding 3 rounds and a 2-round advantage on the offensive side, and they're coming in at the lowest seed position. Could we see an upset on our hand? Could we see an underdog run to the grand finals, Cairo?
Well, this is the thing, an early upset's always great for the rest of the kind of tournament, because it gives everyone else that hope, that, how would you put it, that drive to think, well, if they can do it, we can do it. You kind of move forward going with that. We've seen, it was kind of the tournament of upsets this season when we saw LATAM win in SI. This is what I'm talking about, sorry, not in BUO. We didn't see any LATAM teams in BUO yet, I don't think, with it. But yeah, so my point is it gives you that kind of initial drive of what you want with the rest of the tournament. This is the thing, though. I kind of spoke about the stats earlier. Oh my God, do I talk about stats? There's a stat. Zodi, he's going to add 1 kill to his. And what a shot. Ella's SMG. Oh my God.
That's absolutely wonderful. Channels his inner Merc, perhaps, sending some good nights, and that's going to be Proctor in for an early bedtime here on round number 5. And, well, it was a very swift pull of that trigger. A simple squeeze found the damage, found the headshot. Down goes Benji. He's left in DBNO, and Max is surely going to be able to finish this with just some bullets. Sends some down range, but to no avail. Gady gets that revive, so Benji's on 20 HP. But as you group up, as you get closer and closer to each other, that cardiac sensor will know. And that's what Max is relying on. For people to bunch up, get close, and give him a chance to do some catastrophic damage to the Ludens. Time continues to elapse, however, 21:25 left on the clock, and I believe I heard a C4 getting ripped, but no, Max is being a little bit patient. KK now takes control, and, well, trophy, statue, you've got control of it if you're siding the Ludens. Time to get working on your verticality and get stuff opened up. You see the Sledge still in that fight at least, so they have that hammer to work with. Hopefully Ninjas in Pajamas aren't charging you too much to rent it for this matchup, so will they be able to make good use of that one? Benji crits a nice line of sight. They're trying to get some pressure down towards China, but can't find an angle, can't find anyone from it just yet.
Well, this is the thing, though. We spoke about it before and how Ludens lost the first round towards Princesses. Now we look at the time. It's 45 seconds, Whippet, and only the verticality is beginning. There's pings coming out. They know exactly where the players are. They'll be hearing those footsteps. And now with that Caber in hand, sledging the floor away, we've got to think, what utility have they actually cleared? What walls have they cleared? And there's not much. We're opening that China wall, but it only really opens up a line sight. Benji, he's going to do the first bit of damage. and now Giobo, it's not as Gady, he's going to enter in, Mr. Joe trading back, and now So What Luke getting lost as well, KK getting one of his own, and Mr. Joe in a 1 versus 2, and alright, Benji's going to get one with the Surya Gate, and now it's Giobo down with a post-plant situation with it.
Well, the plant hasn't went down yet, and we're going to hit 0-0. It's a critical moment, and Mr. Joe makes good of the P10 Roni. But my, oh my, the very first Surya Gate kill I have ever casted over. Where was that? I wondered, did he put utility through it and just not wait long enough to push? But oh my, what a moment that was, and Mr. Joe take a bow, the very first clutch we've seen in our playoffs today, and that gets Princesses 1 round away from tying us up 3 rounds apiece, moving to the end of the split trophy statue, getting brought out yet again. The Princesses were very good on this site last time of asking. But can they do the same kind of strategy that they done? What they done previously was they played very spread out and forced the Ludens into multiple different engagements, all alone and isolated, and they didn't give them anything to work with. They didn't give up the opening kill. They played their advantages very well and forced Ludens into tricky kill box positions that they just couldn't get themselves out of.
It was just a flurry of kills in the end when it got into those kill box situations. I can't believe we actually lost one player to a Surya Gate, something that I never thought I would see. But do you want to know what? We've seen it eventually, and now we head back to the other site that Princesses have won of statue and trophy. I keep accidentally calling the plant scenario a post-plant situation when that is clearly not what it is, because you need to get the plant down before you get in a post-plant. So this is something that we'll need to see. The Ludens actually going to be able to get into that post-plant situation rather than wasting all the time that they did last time with it. Got to remember, it was almost 30 seconds left and they had done no sort of hard breach or a util clear apart from that shield on the statue door. Something that I'm wanting to find out, and I'm sure we'll find out very soon.
So we're going to be seeing us moving to the action phase now, and the extension to study is going to be a very prominent one, as Max does set up an interesting angle, trying to catch anyone repels up towards that balcony. I wonder if anyone will walk into the jaws of the MP5 SD. It would be an interesting kill nonetheless to have your Echo find the opening. Vigil down in the base with no spotted and known. Will there be anyone to follow up behind this drone? And no, there isn't. Once again, this has been a recurring thing. I've seen a trend with Lockdown Ludens. They're great at getting the information on the drones. They're great at finding people, spotting out positions, getting this information, especially Gaily, but no one follows these drones, no one acts on the live information, and right there, that could have been the Vigil off the board. You could have shut down Mr. Joe in the first 40 seconds, but now that Vigil has free roam downstairs, no information shutting him down, and can now retreat, relocate, and rotate anywhere in the map they wish, as all this pressure is somewhat one-dimensionally being directed towards Master Bedroom. The first Selma charge sequence is on that wall, and the impact trick finds one part of it. The second continues, however, so not a complete failure, but Mr. V, prone underneath the opening, goes undetected, and all Giobo millimeters away from spotting out the Omai, and tracer rounds landing so close to the ace. A minute 30 remains, no engagements, but this time, the Ludens look more set up, more established. That's Proctor finds the opening kill as So What falls, and that's your Jaeger off the board. And this could be the catalyst to spark this round into action. Down below, and Zodi is going to take a back full of lead from that prone position as the Ash finds even more damage. A great position for the Lockdown Ludens to work with. A minute 10 on the clock, and they can get this execution rolling as Benji has just walked up Astro Stairs.
Yeah, he's just walked up Astro Stairs, but you want to know what? Mr. Joe's lurking below. Here comes the first frag. Proctor losing a bit of health, but not losing his life. The Vigil now knowing Benji and Gady, they're going to get a couple of kills of their own. Mr. Joe, he's going to try and have to do a bit of a retake here, as you can imagine. All those orange outlines on the side, but Mr. Joe only gets one. Giobo and KK are going to finish out the round. Ludens putting ourselves in a 4-2 split on one of the defender-sided maps. Whippet, are we really going to see this upset happen here? Or a team that was in pole position, 5 points between them. Got to remember, when the matchup came last time, Ludens, they lost out 8-7 to Princesses. Is this the revenge that they were looking for last time?
Well, you certainly hope that revenge motivation can drive them to find some success here, but what a performance from the Princesses, or from the Ludens so far, I should say. You know, finding 4 rounds in the attacking side, being so dominant, But perhaps some of the blame or some of the reasoning for that could go down to the Princesses picking Aviator Games time and time again, when in recent months it's been a pretty poor performing site for the defenders, so an interesting choice to go there in such repetition. But nonetheless, we go on to our side swap. The Ludens now off to go to AVG. Again, as I mentioned, in recent months, this map, or this site itself, has somewhat fallen away. Many teams or many offensive sides have really cracked it, really broken down how to solve any puzzles presented to you. And while the main thing that can slow down teams at all levels is a very strong mainstairs hold, and no one's really put a significant commitment of utility towards that. And that means, well, everything's looking down towards that north side, which is a very 50-50 type of engagement. It's going to be taking gunfights directly, and when you do the strategy that revolves around that, you're always playing with fire.
Yeah, fire is indeed being played with here. It's interesting enough, as every time we went to AVG, I think I've seen an alibi being picked. That Italian operator being brung with those holograms that can give exactly the positions away of who is shooting at them. As something that I don't see getting picked very often. Obviously, she does have that is it the MX4, I think it is, which is a fairly good gun, as well as the bailiff and pocket. Something, again, maybe to talk about, but do you want to know what else I want to talk about? The Lion being brung. He's starting to slowly creep into the meta a little bit with that Gun 6 and pocket, those EE1Ds, raining down from above kind of thing. Something that we'll need to watch when it comes to the late round with shutting down these roamers.
Yeah, well, as you mentioned, Lion has seen somewhat of a resurgence, but that E1D not as potent as it once was, and you can somewhat use it to your own advantage as a defender. You can move and bait someone in, as it no longer provides that full body scan. Mr. Joe, though, he's going to use it now, try and launch an attack up the red stairs, but doesn't check up high enough as KK's faster on the draw. Mr. Joe falls, and the advantage sits the lockdown Ludens. This is a very good position to find yourself in. Hold your crossfire, stay cool, calm and collected, and this round may come to you as the attackers now need to make their presence known, as Maxi down below on the Ash yet to have a significant impact in this matchup. We know the potential is there. We know the damage that can be done if given an opportunity to run riot. He's got his pina colada skin primed and ready, but I'm sure he isn't sitting relaxed by the beach in this matchup, knowing that his run in the playoffs might end early if action isn't taken soon. Zodi cracks open in the study, knows the angle's open. A tricky fight to take, but pops that Prisma position now known and compromised, and that ping on the bottom of their screen is only going to act to mount some pressure on the sledge, alone and isolated by the balcony.
Well, there's certainly lots of information being gained and lost all in one. Max D, he's wanting to make that cocktail of chaos. He's roaming over towards that kind of red side, and there's a bit of a split push. Maybe Max D trying to catch people off guard. Do you want to know what? There's not much being done in terms of what the Princesses are wanting to do here. They've thrown a couple of those Selma charges onto the walls. Nothing getting activated. The mute jammers blocking those signals. Giobo, he's on towards that aviator door. Mr. V, he's going to get one onto Gady. We saw how good he was in terms of fragging in the past split. Now, a Nomad charge getting put on towards 90. Zodi's going to get one of his own. That goes Giobo. And then here comes a couple of shots. The Malusi being able to down so what? KK getting one of his own, and now it's a 3 versus 2 as it all goes orange for Ludens. 5-2 in favour of those defenders. It looked as if it was slowly falling apart. Max D coming up those red stairs. We see it there, trying to catch the defenders off guard. But do you want to know what? It doesn't matter because Ludens' guns were ready.
Well, Lockdown Ludens were very much equipped to deal with every single problem the Princesses tried to present. Well, the Ludens won their gunfights. They locked down the key areas of this map, and ultimately, they took yet another round. 5-2 your scoreline. Ludens a single round away from pushing their advantage to match point. And remember, these are best of ones. You must win a single map to punch your ticket all the way to the grand finals. And Princesses, you're running out of rounds to make a change. You're running out of chances to claw this one back. A single mistake now and the pressure will surely begin to mount as Lockdown Ludens move the trophy and statue.
They're moving to trophy and statue, but something that I want to talk about with it. Let's look at the operator lineup, and there's something that we're going to draw our eyes to. It's that Frost. The Pogmats are back, catching people off guard consistently in T1, and as you can imagine, maybe even down here in Uni Siege. She's been, again, another operator gaining resurgence in the kind of meta. Something that I would say is pretty popular in the fact that she has her shield and she has that shotgun in pocket to make rotates. A very potent operator, but are we going to see some Pogmat action?
This is really a result that I think, even looking at our little segment on the desk before we went into the server, both of us are pretty confident the Princesses would have a strong showing, because they've been dominant throughout the entirety of this season. They put up fantastic results, every individual has put up great numbers, and this seems like somewhat of a deflated side. They haven't played with that same level of energy and passion, perhaps, that we've seen throughout our regular season. Of course, there are times to be able to, or there is still time to claw this one back. They aren't out of it yet. They aren't out of the woods yet, because Ludens certainly have that momentum, but Proctor, primed and ready to take a fight down towards that window, has a great bit of information, looks down towards it. The bulletproof camera is out of the play, but still has that shield, that wonderful window, and the Sterling SMG as well, not up to scrap there. Max makes a very short work of Proctor, finds the opening, and well, lockdown Ludens suffered the very first casualty, and Max is somewhat on a warpath now, looks for more, and might just get aggressive and press the advantage, but he's going to be wise and intelligent to it. He's going to know to fall back, sit, hold the angles, cause chaos, and pick up heads the moment a pixel presents it. Sees the Tracer, and sees it as an invitation! The Wamai falls, but doesn't look deep enough in the corner. Max finds two, but KK's there to get that trade. That was a very big play, and Mr. V primed and ready to make something aggressive happen in that bathroom. Azodi's going to get aggressive as well. Finds a great opening now, and the advantage pressed even further. Make it a 4 versus 1. The Ludens seeming falling apart now. Azodi collects that final kill, the SMG-11, and the Princesses show they can still draw some blood, and that is the hallmarked aggression that we've seen from them in the regular season. This is what you love to see from the Princesses, but can they keep that energy? Can they keep that aggression rolling for 2 more rounds to get back to a level playing field? Round 9 to come, and we return ourselves a trophy and statue for Lockdown Luden's second time of asking of this defensive site.
This is the thing though, they swung hard, they swung fast, and oh my god, did they swing accurately. That's the key word there. They were hitting all their shots. Every time they swung, a head was lost. Unfortunately, Max getting lost out in that kind of second swing. But you want to know what? That was absolutely beautiful. Mr. V, he's going to take Callie, obviously using that operator to open up the walls. But I don't know if that was the best pick, to be honest, when we think about it, Whippet, because it wasn't as if there was much of denial. It was all impact charges. So something that we'll need to watch. Maybe they're going to use Callie for some sort of long angle, maybe potentially from bathroom. I don't know. It's something that we'll need to find out. But again, that was a great round from Princesses to read into exactly the way the Lockdown Luden set up. Maybe, hopefully, they can continue this aggression, get another round on the board, make it 5 versus 4, give us that crackerjack, as 2 doors has already alluded to, something that I'm excited for.
I'm very excited as well. I mean, this is what I love about matchups with so much on the line. A grand final place is what we're dealing with now. That's the prize, that's the reward. It is a single shot. You only have one chance to make it. Now the Princess is perhaps feeling that pressure, and they might bring out some aggression, knowing that it worked the last time. They know that they can somewhat pick the Ludens apart if they play that aggressive style, if they put in that pressure, if they mount it and really push their advantage. And it does seem to be exactly what they're planning. Again, Mr. V is going to be grabbing that Callie, so they're going to be able to use that LV Lance to send some destruction downrange, open up and remove those mute jammers off that wall, of course if they're in close enough proximity. Max scanning for Wamai pancakes or Valkyrie cameras and removes one from the fray. Sends an impact downrange, pops off. That's going to be removing the bulletproof camera, which is such a vital tool. And I think we are going to see Max get aggressive again, but Benji falls a little bit further back, holds a longer angle, and might be just trying to wait for Max to do that, send some shots down range, perhaps evade. We know he pushed after those tracers previously. I think you can definitely tell this Sophia is looking like they want to make a move. Has a prone angle, asking the Sledge to move so they can use this angle to max availability, and can't spot anyone out just yet.
Yeah, we now see the Romers starting to scramble back to site. Gady, he's going to get the first frag. Mr. Joe gone off the board. That's your IQ. That's your info of to where those electronic devices are. Mr. V, he's getting aggressive in towards bathroom as well. Using that SMG secondary. It's really accurate. The higher fire rate, the low, well, not... I say medium damage, I was going to say low damage there. It's good though, that's the point I wanted to make. Gady though, he's going to get down. That's the Mozzie on that Roma that is so prevalent that we see often. Now we look to what the players are starting to do on the side of Princesses. They've got the wall open, they've got the angles that they need to, they've got the info, they know exactly where that mute is, they know there's a lesion. Also holding some sort of a cross. Gady though, he's going to get back up onto 20 health with it, and with a minute left, the Princesses are going to be thinking, how do we get this plant down? C4 raining out, getting nothing, netting only damage, and now Proctor getting one of his own. The the plant situation going to come out soon, but it doesn't look likely as he gets stroked, and it's just turning out all orange. 1 versus 5. Max D, the player, the mainstay in this roster, he downs Benji. It's not Benji, it's KK. He's going to down KK. Can he confirm that kill? It doesn't look likely. He's just going to use that as some sort of overwatch, making sure no one can pick him up.
Well, Max finds Proctor, and this perhaps gives an opening. The player is still left in DBNO, not being recovered yet. 20 seconds to work with, but ultimately Giobo reads the rotation and finds Max D, shuts him down, and while the lockdown Ludens move themselves on to match point, series point, and this could be all important for them as it will punch their ticket to the grand final later today. And while this is a massive upset result if it can happen. So, 3 rounds down. Princesses, what do they have to do? What extra gear must they find to make this comeback work for them? It just hasn't clicked for them yet. They've really been struggling to find that extra step, the momentum. They haven't locked themselves, and they're paying the price for a slow start.
Well, this is the thing though. When have they won Whippet? Let's think back and think to how they've played. They've won when they played aggressive, got that first initial frag, swinging wide, as I said before. This is the thing. They've only really done it once. That's when that iconic playstyle has kind of really came into play. That last round, they kind of tried it, didn't really work. They kind of got shut down quite early. But again, maybe it's not a matter of what Princesses can do. Maybe it's just kind of commendations towards Ludens and how they've been playing, because let's be honest, it's been almost faultless in a sense, apart from the rounds that they've actually lost. Every time they've adjusted and set up perfectly. That's one thing that we really have to talk about. And now, heading in to the match point round. Whoever wins this, if Ludens win this, it's a guaranteed £450. It's all on the line here, and Princesses, they've got to be feeling the pressure here.
That's going to be a very nice one to take up. £450 for winning a match of Siege. You can't turn your nose up at that one. 1 round away from grabbing that prize, as well as punching their ticket to the grand final later today. So, Princesses, lots on the line, pressure mounting, and can they make a recovery? So, Giovo's going to put that jammer down, setting up a good position instead of ABG, but as we mentioned, perhaps to some repetition, this site has fallen off in defensive win rate quite significantly in recent months. Just think about SI and how many times we saw this site falter at defensive setup. So he sends a drone in. Mute Jammers doing their job, disrupting them, but not stopping them in their tracks. The information will be gathered. And this is a full commitment to the southern side from the Princesses. If they're not trying to take Master Bedroom, they don't want any of that. They're going to go direct, and it's going to be hard and fast, as that's going to be the style of play they know they can take advantage of. And a wonderful nade! Zodi finds the opening, but Juba with an instantaneous trade. The information of those pings is there. That's going to be the benefit of having those cameras available. The Mute Jammer is going to be popping up, and Max now knows they can't hard breach this wall, but a wonderful shot! Oh, the carbine sings and Max falls. Ludens press their advantage. Oh my Proctor God. With a one-tap sends Mr. Joe to sleep. Amimir in chat for that one. And now the advantage is a 4 versus 2. The Nomad stuck on the balcony with no real clear path of progression. And the Ludens sitting pretty. All they must do is lock themselves in. Ludens sit tight and hold their crossfires. And this round is surely going to be in the bank for them. Seemingly stomped outside on this balcony. And with no way in, but a wonderful retort there as Proctor claimed by the AK. And well, that's the advantage. Shrunks from the Luden by 1. But can they hold on? As that's going to be Benji fighting towards the top of main stairs. Mr. V knows they have to make something work. Cross is deep and the information isn't there. KK makes a rotate to come up those main stairs late, and this could be a catastrophe if a collapse happens into our study. But the C4 is actually going to be the presence of that Valkyrie. And with an angle opened up down below, this could be a very important one nonetheless. The MPX sends some shot up range, but so what? Doesn't seem to notice, or doesn't seem to be too concerned. But the entry is there, and well, Lockdown Ludens collapse in perfection, and the C4 confirms it. That is going to be a victory as Lockdown Ludens punch their ticket to the grand final later today.
£450 in the bank, guaranteed for Lockdown Ludens. They played so well, they were up against it from the very start, the underdogs winning it out. I was worried when I seen that the Valkyrie player down below, so well played, being able to kind of read that out and play the way they did.
It was a wonderful performance from the Ludens. Everything that the Princesses threw at them, whether it was Princesses on defense, setting up their strategies, to the way they attacked, the momentum-based style of play they like to use, the Ludens had an answer. They always knew, they seemingly were one step ahead, and as we mentioned, the Princesses hadn't played Villa during a regular season, and perhaps we saw why that map never came out, because they didn't have that same level of synergy. They didn't click the way we're used to seeing them. And ultimately, they seem somewhat out of shape, and they paid the price for a slow start, as now they go home from the playoffs in the very first matchup. But a massive congratulations to Lockdown Ludens. The lowest seed in our playoffs topples the number 1 finishing team of our regular season to punch their ticket to the grand finals. You couldn't have asked for a better underdog story, and now they will have to wait to see who they will play in our grand final, because our next matchup, Team Triton versus Team Premier of Mountain, will decide who takes that second slot in our grand final.
Yeah, it was a great matchup to start us up here, Whippet. Do you want to know what though? Me and you, we need a break. We need to rest our voices for that matchup. So we're going to head quickly to that break, and then we'll be back shortly. Make sure you don't go far, because we'll be starting soon.
very professional.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back to the Buell semi-finals, I should say. The second one coming up. I'm excited for it. I've got Whippet joining me. How are you?
Wonderful. I'm very much excited for this one, as we saw perhaps a bit of an upset result in our very first semi-final of the day. Of course, if you missed it, the Lockdown Loons, seed number 4, were able to defeat the Princesses, who have been dominant throughout the entire regular season, who came in at the number 1 seed to punch their ticket to the grand finals. A wonderful result for them, but well, we have to find out who's going to be joining them in our grand final later today. And well, this is exactly what our next matchup will be doing. Imperium Mandem versus Team Triton. I am excited for this one. This is going to be a wonderful one. And well, let's get to meet their teams. Or let's get to meet the players that we'll be seeing. Cairo. Oh no, here's our schedule. So of course we had Lockdown Loons versus Princesses. Now Team Triton versus Imperium Mandem. I'm very much excited for this one. This is going to be, I think, the closest matchup that we could have had inside of this.
Oh, sorry about that. There seems to be some sort of problem with the rosters. The rosters don't seem to like us and don't want us to speak over them. But anyway, Whippet, I kind of was just saying there, we've got Scipio and Replay, 2 players that have been playing so well in the Buell main season. We've seen them fragging out constantly. I know what it's like to be on the other end of that barrel. So, I mean, you already know the players and you've seen how they've played. So you tell me, is there anybody else that you want to talk about?
I mean, Scipio is, as you mentioned, is one of the players that I think you're going to see pop up a lot in this matchup. Always at the right time, at the right place, makes full advantage of any opportunity that they see to pounce, grab their team the advantage, and press the advantage once they have it. And that's going to be a really important factor moving this. Again, to somewhat repeat myself what I said the entire kind of broadcast over, these are best of ones. This is single shot. You've got one opportunity to be able to find yourself the momentum to get that victory and punch your ticket to the grand final. So every round has such a meaning. Now, a single mistake, every kill, every moment, every clutch, every step has so much more an impact in this matchup. You cannot make a mistake. You almost have to be flawless, and well, to be flawless on certain maps can be very difficult. And well, speaking of the maps, let's see what battle zone we'll be going to for this, our final semi-final of this. Oregon Chalet first to go, and well, my heart's been blessed. No Oregon in our semi-finals. Coastline and Consulate are next to be waved goodbye. And this is going to be leaving me intrigued. I wonder where we shall see. Villa and Cafe are gone, so Clubhouse, one of the T4 trifecta, are being brought out. A good staple map. It's going to be something that everyone's very well experienced on, and considering the stakes are super high in this matchup, a sensible choice from either team to be here, because everyone knows it will come down to who is the best team on the day to get the victory here.
Well, that's something that we'll need to find out. But do you know what's interesting? These two teams played each other in the main season on, guess what, Matt Whippet? It's Clubhouse. 7-5, Triton won out in the end. So that's something that we're going to need to look out for. The fact that these teams already know how each other plays. So maybe advantage Triton. Or do you think IOM, will they be able to kind of learn from their mistakes of last time?
Well, last time we made a prediction, we were both wrong. We both thought the Princesses would be able to grab the victory on Villa. We were proven, very, very wrong indeed. I mean, I'm looking at this going, I don't want to call who's going to be able to come out or have an advantage in this one. Yes, we've got the regular season result, but both teams now understand what each other brought, and it was a very close result, 7-5, I believe you said it was.
Yeah.
So that means it wasn't a lot of a margin between these teams. It came down to the closest possible deficit it can be. So they know how each other play. They're going to have VOD, they're going to have experience, and it's such a well-defined map. Everyone knows how to play Clubhouse. You need to be solid on Clubhouse to have any standing and competitive play. So this is going to be a great matchup just to see who will be best on the day. And that's going to be super important because at the end of the day, a grand final spot is on the line. Of course, you're guaranteeing yourself that extra little bit of pocket change as well, so no one can turn their nose up at that one. I am very excited to get into this one. So we have confirmation that we're very close to being able to hop in the action. Super, super close. So, Cairo, we were wrong about our predictions. I know I don't want to make one, but I think I'm going to put ourselves on the spot here. Who do we think will take it? And, I made you go first last time. I'll go first this time.
Cool.
And I think the Imperium of Mandem are going to be able to close this one out and punch their ticket to the grand final.
Do you know what, Whippet? I'm going to double down. I'm going to go with you. I'm going to go Imperium of Mandem. I know what these players are like. I've played with a few of them. I know that they've got it in bags, the mechanical skill. So I think maybe they're the ones that are going to win it out. But at the same time, though, we have 100%, well, I was going to say 100% wrong rate, but that's clearly they're not. Oh my God, my grammar is going to absolute.
We have a 0% success rate in our predictions. I think let's make it easy for ourselves to word
let's use right English before we move into this map. I'll get rid of all my mistakes before we move in. But yeah, I say IOM to win this one out. The thing is, though, Triton already proven it that they can win out in club against IOM. Maybe we're kind of going wrong with the underdog.
Yeah, I mean, listen. The caster curse is strong. Anyone that knows any of the stuff I've casted inside of like Benelux, for example, I curse players left, right, and center. So I don't honestly, me even opening my mouth in terms of prediction is a risky gamble, and I'm sure if you're just going to be supporting Imperium of Mandem, you're not going to like me predicting them to win. But they've been a strong team. They've been battling for that top spot the entirety of the season, and they've been making steady improvements. They've been super strong, super calculated, and I think I can almost say the same thing for Team Triton because every team in the top four has been super close. Either any of them could have took the top seed. Any of them could have been in any position. Yeah. It's been that kind of everyone's been moving around. It's been up and down on the ladder so far. So it's a super close matchup, and I honestly cannot wait to dive straight into it.
Yeah, exactly. And I think the thing is though is each of the teams have all lost to each other in terms of like Triton's beat IOM, but IOM's beat Princesses, and then Princesses they've beat like such and such. You know what I mean? There's this kind of like circle of everyone beating everyone. So really you can't call it. And the fact that Lockdown Ludens also upset Princesses is you kind of put in a scenario of there is really no stringent variables is what you can kind of use to call what you think is going to happen. It's just kind of gut feelings, and especially when you're in these semi-final situations where you've got it all to play for. I mean, anything can happen almost.
Yeah, I mean, that is the circumstance of Siege in general. Anything can happen, and with our format, you got to consider that whoever shows up hot, whoever shows up more warmed up, more clued in, and can start strong is going to be in such a great position to find themselves in. It's one map, it's a shootout, and if you can start and get early rounds and mount pressure, get momentum, and perhaps, destroy the mentally dropped position, it can be such a benefit. And, I'm looking at this and I'm just going, I think we're going to see rounds trail off. It's going to be 1-1. It's going to be back and forth. No one's going to let themselves go to an advantage. And I think IOM will be able to get the victory, but we might be going overtime for this one.
Yeah, I think so, especially. I mean, I know these teams have been practicing. I think IOM, they've been playing rank consistently with each other, trying to make sure that the team cohesion's there, making sure they know how to play with each other. It's something that they've obviously will be working on. Triton as well, imagine they've got some sort of ranked or scrim schedule set up on top of that. But something that we need to talk about, Whippet, something that will be coming up is the operator bans between the two teams. If you think about it, usually we see Thatcher, Maverick, maybe a Cade, usually a Cade, and then a Mira maybe, or a Malusi, maybe even a Wamai, something that we'll need to see coming in.
Yeah, well, here we go. We're going to be able to see our operator bans rolling out ahead of us on Team Triton. Ban the Monty, an interesting first choice to say the least. Again, the French Mountain can do a lot of damage and can take real estate pretty easily, especially in areas like Rafters. Elysian isn't in play, so it is a very sensible ban nonetheless. Thatcher, is next to go. But that does leave every single Hard Breacher still in the choices. So, you know, a Maverick, an Ace, Habana, a Thermite, take your pick. You can even bring a Volcano Open or secondary Hard Breacher utility if you're so inclined. As our first defending ban is here, and, well, I'm intrigued. We saw Monty, who will we see on the defense, and the Kaid is forced out. And Premier Man then deciding to not gamble on their opposition, seeing that Thatcher was out and getting rid of the Kaid, they're going to do it themselves, leaving Team Triton to decide which operator will be last to be left on the bench for this matchup.
Yeah, I think it's really interesting they've went with a Cade ban, especially with the fact that Maverick is actually open and available to be picked. You can kind of open up that wall without any trouble of these, anti-hard breach operators like your Cades, like your Bandits. So the fact that they've maybe banned out that Cade could potentially be a waste, but something we don't really need to worry about. Anyway, now, heading into this first round, we're heading to the typical first sight, CCTV and Cash Whippet. I mean, we talked about it last time in the last map about how AVG isn't as strong as what it used to be. Obviously, new operators determine how the kind of site's going to be played. And with new ones coming in, new metas being set up, new buffs and nerfs given to operators, the kind of win percentage always goes up and down. And now we're moving to a site which has really dropped in terms of defender win rate. So is this going to continue? Are we going to see maybe the defenders actually continue the trend of winning this site?
I mean, this map in general has very much took a drastic slide to being closer to an attacker-sided map. I mean, honestly, I can almost see this sliding to post last SI. Not the one we just had. The one further back for SSG were, posthumously crowned your champions, even though NiP were technically won that series. I will die on that hill, nonetheless. But after that event, when they were so dominant here, teams like TSM and other teams inside the NAL region very much picked apart this map, and especially sites like this, which were primary, suffered a lot from, well, teams had to adapt. They had to beat teams who were strong here and find key ways of breaking it down. And rosters like TSM, then Reciprocity, were really good at figuring out ways to break it down and somewhat have cracked the code of that attacker-sided climate. And, well, it's been a long time coming, almost a year, but it has slided towards that side.
Yeah, it's not even that though. You talk about how the fact that there was was it 2020 SI where the TSMs, your SSGs, then capitalised on Clubhouse, but also on this when we saw Liquid and NiP, and even in the grand final, almost break the meta shift of this map with the fact that Liquid were winning out on attack, NiP were taking it to them as well. Got to think though, maybe we're kind of moving away from the defender meta with the 20-second meta. I'd say it's still viable, still a great option, but also with the fact that these operators are now in a good place almost for every single one. I would say that now, potentially, no longer really defenders sided. I'd say it's more even.
Yeah, well, that 20-second meta is certainly harder to pull off. Utilities being dispersed in a way that makes it difficult to do so. So, Salma charges, used to great avail. That's going to be the wall opened up now. An angle is going to be available with Octagon down in Oil Pit, shoring up the defense of Sardine, who's playing up top on Rafters. Those were my pancakes spread out. They give as much shoring up as possible. The SMG-11 primed and ready, great for balling in these close quarters, but a very kind of slow and methodical setup from the Pyramid Man them as of right now. They haven't put a lot of pressure in, they've not been too aggressive, and it does seem like they're not going to be paying much attention to Sardine on Rafters. We saw a few players over towards Jacuzzi making their initial entry away, so this is going to be a push coming in towards construction. Spot out that Banshee. They now have an entryway as Rose perhaps thinks about an opportunity to vault on in and cause some chaos, acting as a pressure relief valve, I wonder, but has to try and breach open this wall. They've got the Yana, have the nades, have that potential to clear it away, but have to worry about the ADSs as well, as they are going to be in play. That 6-pick away from the mirror gives the option for Octagon to have the ADSs, and well, that Mute Jammer will persist. And that ADS is there to cover it off. Can only block one. That's going to be enough to burn some time on this, or burn some time away. And with only 40 remaining, every second counts.
Well, every second does count and going on, so does every operator. As we see here, the Romans are coming back to site, starting to reinforce their men who are on site, holding down those angles. And now we look, we're only 30 seconds. There's not been much done, sorry, but look here, all the players starting to run in. But Magia getting a double with that C4, and now two players locked inside a construction, so they have to go through that doorway. But here we go, the Ash is going to jump in, Scipio get taken down, and look, replay finishing off the round flawless for Triton. We asked the question, is it going to be all attacker side? Is there going to be an even split? But do you know what? It's going to continue defenders winning out the first round, making it sure to almost start well.
Well, you couldn't have asked for a better opening round. A flawless victory on CC and Cash, one of the trickier sides to get a flawless round on, and Triton managed to do it nonetheless. Church Arsenal is the next on our agenda. Downstairs we go. I see a mutant Mozzie. We're one operator away from making it with an SSG 2-1-2 hold, but no one's going to be making that 6 pick. But nonetheless, you can make it kind of work with that Rooney as well, as Angelic 6 pick away from that Jackal brings out that Zofia. So, Church Arsenal requires some different strategies to make it work effectively, because you can bunker up, you can play 5 players on the site, hold your crossfires, there's lots of positions to hold and be wary of, and you can make a defense like that work even at the top level of Siege, or you can commit to a heavy extended roam like what we see the 2-1-2 as I call it, or the SSG style of play from all those moons ago. It is a rarity these days, but nonetheless it's very strong if you can make it work effectively. Or you can have a hybrid where you have 1 to 2 roamers trying to cause chaos with either playing their life ideas, or they can try and make it rotate back.
Well, this is the thing though, they're going to be able to almost be a big nuisance. This is the big part about this bottom floor site, is the fact that, I mean, how would you put it? See, if you were to think about it, how prominent the SSG roam is, the bottom floor site is so, how would you, my god, I'm falling on my words here. But that's what we're going to say. Roams are so effective on this bottom floor because there is so much work needed to be done by the attackers in terms of the opening up patches, kind of clearing out roamers, etc. And the fact that you look towards how Clubhouse is set up, when you kind of look towards construction and that main door area, those can basically cut the map in whole. Like, just literally, that's it. You can't get by that area without rotating outside. Anyway, enough of me waffling and following on my words. We look towards what the attackers are doing. Rose is already trying to get the kitchen hatch open. Something that is so, how would you put it? It's so important to be done. I mean, and it can't be left alone. Either that, you go towards Moto and get that hatch open. But do you want to know what? I think that would be harder, considering the fact there is a Jaeger on main stairs, and I imagine there'll be some sort of pressure coming from elsewhere.
Imperial Man then seemingly very focused on opening up these hard breach areas, and they haven't done a full clear of the building. They haven't set themselves up with a significant staging ground, and they're still fighting from the outside in. A dangerous gamble considering how much presence you're giving the defenders to work with in the building itself. And we see Replay upstairs playing a master bedroom, and no one's going to be pushing them Lucy as of yet, and that's going to be a free flank later in this round. Rose perhaps setting up a flank drone to help cover this position. The Noob drops into the oil pit now. So Sledge has a good sight, good availability to fight at this long range, tap away and find some damage. A nade to work with as well, only 1 in the pocket however this time around. So that nade's no longer on the flank watch, moving down and perhaps supporting this single solid push down into blue itself. And time drains away. Every second counts, and now I believe that breach towards kitchen hatch has occurred. But there's Replay on that room, upstairs by master bedroom, goes down the main stairs, finds the kill, and now everyone from IOM knows there is an impending threat to this strategy as Matums finds one of their own. The Doob falls, and Octagon! Angelix goes to the Shadow Realm, and the main hatch is an engagement that Scipio is going to not be happy about as Replay claims the life of Rose, and a 4 versus 1. The Ash versus an entire team on full HP has to hunt down this roamer, but surely this is too much to ask. This is going to be the end of the round as you're against 4. So, creeping their way down the main stairs, Scipio has to make something work here, but trying to bait out the presence above, and, well, Molisi above has that availability, and the Saria gate slows down progression even further. Cairo, 20 seconds left. I think this is safe to call, and this is going to be a round in favour of Team Triton.
Yeah, not only that, the fact that the Ash is only going to be able to pick up 3 frags on the site, and the Melusi's doing it, I'll just chill upstairs. I'll make sure I give them nothing, and that way I can win it out on time. Do I know it doesn't matter, because Magia, he's the man with the shotgun, closing out that round. Another safe round from Triton, I would say. Whip it. And you want to know what? I think it's looking like the Caster's Curse is maybe coming back to haunt us, is Triton put together 2 rounds, and IOM, they're not looking good. That's the worst thing. Thing is, though, that's two very strong sites that Triton were on. Now we head towards a tertiary site of gym and bedroom. It's a lot more open for the attackers to manipulate the defenders into positions where they can kill them. It's just a matter of, can IOM actually win these gunfights?
Well, that is a massive question, but that entire strategy that I saw Premier Mandem do was one-dimensional and a little bit like they were trying to skip key steps on the checklist to win a round on Clubhouse, especially a basement attack. They didn't do a roam clear, they didn't enter from other side of the building, they didn't do a top-down or strip entryway, they had no initial map control, they had nothing to work with. And well, they left their own presence, have free real estate, and they paid the ultimate price for it. They were slow, and they paid for it, and you know, on a map like this, you should know how to play. And again, they do. They've had success here previously, but they need to wake up. They need to find some pace. They need to find this momentum and clear the areas clear the key areas much quicker. Get map control much more efficiently, and then set up for their execution. Then open the hard breach. It can't be skipping important steps on a map like this, where it can be very, very defined by strategies teams play.
Yeah, I mean, I would totally agree. And the thing is, though, on top of that, is we've already spoke about how this is the best of one format for the semi-finals, and there is nothing that you can leave up to chance when you're in a best of one. If you make one mistake, that could be the one round that kills you when it comes to the end of the game. Something that IOM will need to think about. I mean, they keep leaving things up to chance. Triton will keep punishing them, and when you keep to get punishing them, that round count just keeps going up.
Well, as I mentioned, sorry.
Oh, sorry, on you go. Go ahead.
But as I mentioned, it's similar to my chess analogy. When you start taking your opposition's pieces, and you win rounds fair and square. You mount pressure. You force mistakes. When they make mistakes, you have to be able to spot that mistake, to capitalize flawlessly. And Triton, they've spotted every mistake, every opportunity, and what a wonderful C4! DJ7 is not keen on that one, as the Mute tosses one out and nearly claims the Ace's life force in full. Great opening there for Team Triton, as we will see how this extension plays out now as Angelix tries to make an entryway via CC and Cash. Octagon holding this position, but a very well spread out Team Triton holding key positions. The mirror window, however, inside of Logic can work against them if a drop comes out, but Replay very keenly watching, and as Octagon finds the opening kill as Rose falls. That's your sledge, those are your grenades all gone, and that was your pressure down towards CC and Cash, somewhat being muted, as Octagon is just going to be able to sit here, hold position, and burn even more time away from that clock.
Yeah, there's a lot of things being burned right now. Utility, bodies, and Scipio, he's going to get one. That's Replay gone. That's your Vector, and Dob, he's going to be able to get Majir as well. And now in a 4 versus 3, he's looking that little bit better with it. Sardine, Octagon, and Mateums. These men all have frags of their own. We've seen Octagon already been able to get a few, but that doesn't matter because we have Angelix on the board. 4 versus 2, Mateums and Sardine. 55 seconds remaining. All these things creating an absolute cocktail that we'll need to wait to see if it blows up. All these variables together whip it something that is potentially going to cause some sort of explosion when we come to the execute.
Certainly, I never count out a 2 versus X in favor of the defense, and Premier Mandem now, but can they collapse? Sardine on the main stairs, a great position held, and a lot of guns straight on that construction door, making it somewhat of a gateway to hell. If they somewhat take a step in the wrong direction, a maelstrom of shots can do significant damage. 20 seconds remain. The plant has to go down. The win condition is the hands of that wounded Ace. And now the Dob tries to make an entry away, finds some initial damage to UMP. Not great with brawling, but he makes it work to support there by Sardine, but now in a 1 versus 3. 5 seconds left. Can you deny the plant? We're going to hit 000. It goes down. It's a post-plant situation, but Angelix is there. They clean up Sardine and find him Prima Mandem with their very first round of this matchup, and showing that they have fight left in them.
Yeah, the cleanup crew coming in clutch, that kind of post-plant situation, creating the crossfires. There was at least 2 players with their guns trained towards where DJ7 was. Oh, sorry, it wasn't even DJ7. I'm talking absolute nonsense. Where that Aruni was coming from. Anyway, IOM win that round, they put one on the board, and now we look towards the scoreboard. It's kind of standard what we're used to when it came to that 20-second meta. 4-2 split in favour of the defenders is what's kind of expected. But do you want to know what? We still have to return to CCTV and cash, and I can imagine here IOM will learn from their mistakes of previous, being able to clear out the moot jammer, being able to kind of actually make a proper ingress from construction. If that's what they choose to do, they've got to make these adjustments if they want to win out this round. And it's something that, do you know what, we'll need to see what happens. But the thing is though, Whippet, will they make these adjustments?
You gotta hope so. I really do hope they can make it. I hope we see a very tight matchup indeed. And right now, from the Imperial Mandem, I want to see them focus on a more three-dimensional push, opting to, open the main wall, leave someone there, but then push via construction. Try and get that control of Master Bedroom. Be aggressive, take your gunfights, because we just saw that players like Angelix can win their fights. We saw Scipio as well on their guns and finding great success. Leaning around that a little bit more, and perhaps just get your checklist done, systematically going main wall, jacuzzi, master bedroom control, tick everything off in sequence, but you've got to do it fast and rely on those guns to be active. Replay down below as well as Octagon, so we might be seeing some heavy roam action down towards master bedroom. This is going to be an interesting round nonetheless, but Angelic spots it out and knows that Jaeger might be in a very compromising position, asking for teammates to get on that camera. I think we're about to witness our opening kill of this round. But we see that yellow ping, calls coming out. Is Jaeger watching towards kitchen or that door? Very much aware of this entryway, and this could be a very key moment of this round as Octagon finds the head. There's your opening kill, and there is advantage Team Triton.
Advantage Team Triton indeed, and do you want to know what? That's not just the utility of a Zofia, that's not just the 2 charges or the 2 stuns, that's the player of Angelix off the board. That player has been so dominant in the main season. His fragging capabilities is honestly nearly unmatched. I've witnessed that firsthand when we lost really narrowly to IOM on Oregon. But do you want to know what? That doesn't matter. We'll talk about Clubhouse and now the fact that the dog has actually equaled the man count. That sardine gun, that shoe with my gun, those pancakes that you've been talking about so often are gone. They can't be reproduced any longer. But do you want to know what else? They've got control of Rafters, a really important position to gain control of, to be able to kind of almost cut this site in half. Whippet is certainly going to, imagine, accrue some great interest from these players.
Well, Rose finished off on Maytums with that shotgun, and a wonderful shot from Octagon yet again. Headshot, clean and clinical with that one, and that's going to grow the advantage for Team Triton even further. 4 versus 2, under a minute left to work within this round. Rafters has been cleared, so I'm going to remind them, have a lifeline, have a way in the site. Know they can push up and get this initial control, but you're going to be alone and isolated in this very tricky position as Majere now can creep inside of Lounge, and that C4 is going to be an omnipresent threat for the rest of this round, not knowing if they can clear it out in time. Well, actually, that Mute doesn't have a C4 to work with. Replay is the only one that has, so a great pre-fire downs Octagon, leaves him in DBNO. 30 seconds left, the first toxic canister tossed out, and the revive rapidly done. Maytums, though, could be the make or break moment, tossing out these toxic canisters, choking out this push as the front lines formed by Red Stairs. The cross is there, but Octagon finds kill number 3. Scipio gets an instant trade, but is it all too little too late? The prone player replay from Team Triton collects a final kill in round number 4. Well, that's an investment for the bank. You're going to be happy with that one all day long as they grow their advantage even further.
Well, I mean, let's be honest here, that was so well played from Triton. They set up the crossfires that they needed to. We had 1 inside of Cash, 1 on the construction door, 2 on top of Red, all trained on the positions where the players were coming from, and it just started to light up blue. 4 players left, plenty of toxic canisters in the bank. Whippet. Something that you need to be worried about if you're in a disadvantageous position. Now, heading to Church Arsenal, I mean, I would say IOM, they did adjust well, but didn't adjust well enough to win the round. Are we going to continue to see adjustments across the next couple rounds where IOM maybe potentially could win this one out because they actually adjust and go, do you know what, we'll do the full roam clear, we'll commit bodies to it, and we'll clear out these players that were so detrimental to us last time out.
So, Team Triton, 2 rounds in the good. Defense side of map historically, and I always say a map is historically weighted to defense, and I think I'm going to double underline that, put that in italics and make it size 36 font, because this map can be attacker sided, and Imperial Mandem can very much have a significant impact if they can just find some extra gear, if they can just start reading into what Team Triton are doing a little bit better. They might be able to find some extra success, and they've got 2 more rounds on the attacking side to do so. If they can time this up to a 3-3, they might be in a great position to get themselves a bit of a sweep rolling. Replay though, really keep an eye on Replay. 5 kills so far, 5 and 1 in KD, and well, has been causing so much chaos around the server. I'd imagine we're going to be seeing that MP5 having even more success, hiding up inside a CC as of right now, trying to cause as much chaos in initial entryway as possible. And I do hope that Imperial Mandem use their drone games, use all their utility available to clear this position out, shut down Replay, as Scipio is going to open up that single wall in construction. And while Replay isn't going to shy away from a fight, perhaps that sounds more like the dinner bells, but opting retreat, fall back, stay alive, and oh yeah, here it is, the punch hole. I thought it was going to be a bullet hole, but nonetheless, it was a punch hole made, and I wonder if the bullet holes will go down on that prone position as Octagon perhaps called into action down below. As DJ sends in that drone to drop in oil pits there, and Lucy stays in this fight. Didn't burn lots of time, but more importantly, stays alive, stays in this fight, and that utility can be used later on in this round.
Well, the thing is, though, she's going to play this off position. If anyone drops into oil pit, they'll be certainly taken off guard by that position. Look, we have the drones from Sardine. This Mozzie player in kitchen is going to be able to maybe potentially catch off the sledge, get a C4 up there, get rid of him. Do you know what? There's still a Jaeger Octagon. He's standing here waiting for maybe potentially someone like Angelix, but I talked about it, and there it is. No more caster cuss for me. Whip at the Dob, getting down and out. No more soft destruction from that Caber. Great C4 there, being able to take out him. That's a great pick. All in terms of what needs to be done from these attackers. The thing is, though, they have gained great control. They know that there's no one in any off positions on the kind of main ground floor area. Angelix, he's taking his position on towards main stairs, making sure no one in Moto can potentially sneak up those main stairs, catch someone off guard. There's going to be another drone caught out, though, so that's more information for that player of Sardine. All these crossfires, all these angles from the defenders is going to probably end up being where the gunfights are going to be taken. Now, though, it's going to be IOM collecting this information, trying to find out where these angles are being held from. Sardine doing a bit of droning of his own, though, with it. I can imagine this is what potentially could be the downfall of the attackers.
Well, 30 seconds, and they've got to make something happen, and happen fast. As this timer ticks down every second, excruciating for the defense. And well, Najir finds a C4, a second Nokia brick to detonate. DJ battles with the AK-12 and Sardine falls. The drop to Moto is there, the crossfire established, the cover is there, and a wonderful one. But this diffuser isn't going to go down, the planter has been downed, and we're going to get low on time. Imperial Mandem reduced to only Scipio, no diffuser in hand, and this round is going to slide for Team Triton. Yes, it is, as Octagon collects that final kill. Chaotic final seconds of that round, but nonetheless, Team Triton stay composed, battle through everything, and get the victory, growing their advantage, meaning IOM cannot get to a level playing field at the end of their attacking split, but Triton 4-1 their scoreline. One more defensive victory, and they set themselves up for a very fun time in the attacking split here. Imperial Mandem, time to show you've still got a pulse as they go to Gym Bedroom for Team Triton's final defense.
You know what? While Triton did well there, I've got to give commendations towards IOM. They adjusted well and went through their work quite well, to be honest. They only lost one player. It was the sledge to that C4. It was when the execute came out. They just didn't have the right crossfires. Maybe potentially opening up dirt would have made that push even more sweeter. Just unfortunately, I'd say IOM just fall short of the mark. Just that tad, that wee bit. But you know what? Credits to Triton. being able to use and manipulate that small margin of error and win out the round. I mean, what else can we say about them? In fact, well done. Now, though, can we see that same adjustment from IOM on the side of Triton? We've seen IOM consistently kind of try and make up for the mistakes that they did last time. Triton, the only site that they've lost so far is this gym and bedroom site. With it, got to remember, IOM weren't the ones to get the first frag. It was actually Triton. Again, that's something that we need to keep saying as we talk about how the fact that Triton are consistently getting these frags. So now IOM, can you do the same as you did last time on this site? Can you win it out? Or is Triton going to capitalise on that first initial frag and actually win out the site? Something that I imagine could potentially happen, but we'll need to see.
So, caster occurs. Looks like it might strike again. Hopefully we're going to be proven wrong, but I might have even just doubled down on that one. Scipio on the Ash again. Scipio has had somewhat of an uncharacteristic performance so far. Normally, very positive, just super active on the gun, pops up everywhere you need them to be, but again, been 1-for-1 trades the entire day so far for the Ash, because every round has that extra bit of meaning in this best of one. You need to find that momentum, that mojo a little bit quicker. Selma charges are already used, so that wall's already been opened up and established, and that's going to be Maytum's battling for his life around this open rotation inside of bathroom. A strong position, you have that hard wall for cover, and you have to somewhat on that attacking side, you have to push into them. Good droning here, establishing that Laundry might be clear, and a drop through this hatch could establish themselves a lot of significant map control. But the use of Syria gates here by Team Triton has been absolutely wonderful. They're not only being in positions that make it hard to physically view a position. Putting on a window like that means it's going to be a little bit harder to see through. It does add that disruption in front of your screen, but you want to push through that late in the round, and you've got to clear it. And the longer you wait after clearing it to make that advance, the more likely it is to be reopened. The P10 Roni sings a song of death. Angelix falls to the very first casualty of this round, and Sardine claims the first victim. So, a lot of damage done, but a kill in favour. Question marks in chat, of course, not knowing exactly where the shot landed. A waste of C4 thrown, but to no avail. Scipio was very much prepared to shoot that out. Sends some shots down range, but plays a dangerous game, as Logi seems to be the main contention for team for Imperium Random as of right now.
Well, this is the thing though, when they dropped this last time, IOM, that's really picked up all the frags. Remember, Scipio was using that mirror window to absolute, I don't know what kind of metaphor I'd use for that, but he was using it great. But Sardine, he's using his P10 Roni just as good. The Dob, he's finally getting control of this position. DJ7 putting out a kind of ping there to see if there's potentially something towards that area. Scipio, he's holding the angle on towards this kind of CCTV area where we've seen these players almost play out. Replay's going to get one, the Dob getting down to now Scipio in a glorified 1 versus 5 situation with it. The caster's curse coming back to haunt me again. Now, though, Scipio, he's going to move up towards red stairs, maybe trying to catch someone off guard, but doesn't look likely. 15 seconds almost on the clock, and now you're thinking to yourself, this is looking like a Triton round. He's going to swing into cash. The Triton guns lighting up, going blue, a flawless round for them. 5-1 in favour of Triton. Whip it. Are we really going to be here again? Are we really going to get our predictions wrong?
I don't even want to. This has been.
I was just going to say, it's a good thing we're not betting, men.
Yeah, that is a good thing. I might have channel points on this one. We don't talk about where my channel points went for this, nonetheless. But Team Triton have just been playing superb. This has been a super strong performance from them, and it does seem that they're somewhat prepared for the style of play IOM will bring. Again, we saw these teams clash earlier on the season on this map, and I believe Imperium Random were the victors of that encounter. I know Cairo's got the stat sheet, so you can confirm me on that one.
Sorry, what was that, sorry?
These two teams in the regular season on this map.
Yeah, it was 7-5 for Triton.
Oh, 7-5 for Triton? Okay. Yeah. So, Team Triton knew that they were able to topple Imperium Random last time out in the regular season.
Yeah.
And now they've probably went back on that VOD, saw where they could improve, and it looks like they have definitely made some improvements, as this is not as close to a matchup as it was in the regular season. 5-1 advantage to Team Triton.
Yeah, it's just looking like absolute domination. But the thing is, though, with it, we talked about at the start of the matchup how Club it's not really as defender sided as what it used to be. But the thing is, though, is there is always that, how would you put it, that kind of ghost of what it used to be popping up now and again when the defenders show exactly why it used to be defender sided. So this is potentially what could be happening here if maybe potentially IOM set up correctly, as we see Rose going out on the roam. Something to look out for, Whippet, something that could potentially happen. Maybe that's where it's going wrong. Maybe it is just Club being like, do you know what, this is what I used to be like, this is how I used to kind of operate. Something to keep in your heads when you're watching this matchup, though. Scipio, he's going to stay towards lounge areas. We see that Ash potentially going towards the main area, going to try and burn. Maybe there's bandit batteries on the wall. Maybe that's something that they're thinking about. Just going to Maverick trick it instead. That Sledge doing the pre-work for opening the wall.
This could be dangerous, opening up this Maverick position. Scipio is down below inside of Adam, and looks like Rose is somewhat occluded in trying to be aggressive, but the angle's opened up, and well, Jared takes a lot of damage. The AK-12 returns some fire, but to no avail. Finds no damage, nor a down or a kill. Impact grenades are tossed in. His Octagon is going to get shut down by Scipio down below in Adam, and that's a great opening there. The Bandit gets some success early in this round, and that could really turn the tide in favor of Imperium Mandem. Once again, this push is seeming very one-dimensional, focusing solely on the eastern side of the building, going in via this wall and trying to force their way in. Sardine now acting as that pressure relief, dropping in the Logi and making a very rapid progression down towards construction. They got a minute 25 left to work with, so this could be a pivotal moment of this, creeping all the way up to this door. As DJ7 seemingly has no idea, but relocates and keeps an eye, has a shield to work with as well as a vertical position. Here's that nade being primed and ready, but well repositioned the wrong moment, and Sardine makes good of that grenade and gets a trade. A belated one nonetheless, but gets it back to level playing field. 4 versus 4. Under a minute now remains. Another grenade tossed out, but this time to no avail. Scipio fighting inside a bar, sending some shots down range and downing, now killing the Ash of Replay. Second in the round, and with 50 seconds left to go, the rampage of that Bandit can only continue. Scipio reduced to around 1 HP, but Angelic's aggressive now, playing, reclaiming control of stock, trying to do so at least. Knows a player is in close proximity and tries to press this fight, but this is going to slow down the pressure so much. A wonderful engagement there, 4 versus 2, but only 30 seconds left to go. Imperium Mandem fighting back, showing their fangs, and Team Triton, well, somewhat stumped here.
Yeah, they're stumped, and now a 2 versus 4 situation. I think this has been the first time since they lost a round that they've been in a man disadvantage all in all. Now, you've got to look at the clock. 10 seconds left. They're going to be able to down Sardine and Rose, with Rose down and them, and then Scipio closing out the round. 5-2 in favour of Triton, and after that was in the last split, and now starting at the new split, we see that IOM finally get 1 round on the board. So now, you've got to look at this way. IOM, they've only got 1 round as a safety cushion here. They can only lose out 1 round before Triton head to that match point. Heading downstairs to Church and Arsenal is quite a defender-sided site all in all, especially with the SSG style room, the 2-1-2 that we see so dominant. I mean, we've got a Mozzie, we've got a Mute, we've got a Vigil with Mai and a Rooney. This is something that we could potentially be seeing from IOM being brought out, this 2-1-2 that Whippet's already kind of alluded to, but not actually delved into here. We've got the Mute opening up the wall, but not much in terms of running upstairs, kind of reinforcing the east and west walls of Jacuzzi and CCTV and Cash. So, Whippet, what do you think here? Is this something that we could potentially be seeing? I mean, it looks very bunkerish to me.
Yeah, well, honestly, the lack of a castle to me says, yep, they're not going to bring an SSG-style roam. That castle barrier, especially the one that gets placed on the pool table doorway, is super important and pivotal to being making sure that that roam presence can exist for as long as required to make it successful time. So, Team Triton on the attacking side should now know at least that they have a Vigil to deal with, as well as that potential Mute Mozzie combination. The top-down roam clear is likely going to be an important one, but I wonder if this Vigil has positioned themselves deeper down towards Strip Club as Scipio reuses those pests spread out across the map on high-traffic areas. Saria gates have been used all across our semi-finals so far to wonderful success, and I really do feel that these Arunis are being put in positions that have really caused, for the entirety of all the things we've seen today, lots of significant challenges. Monroe's rocking the iron sight, Pita and Roni, something that you don't see a lot of, but it can certainly work out to great success. Sardine finds Scipio the opening kill, and that's your Mozzie waving goodbye and waving hello to the afterlife. Well, an interesting angle. Say however much you will about that. I know if I got caught by that inside of ranked, I would be opening a ball chat very quickly.
Yeah, a bit of an off angle there from the Sledge being able to pick up Scipio. I mean, that Roni is, I think it was the Roni is being used, but you know what? There's the K1A. There goes Angelix taking out replay the Ash going. Now, that is all that soft destruction and pocket gone. There is one drone on the map. We have no idea of where it actually is, so that's something potentially that could either be good or bad depending on its position. We'll need to find out later in the round. Angelix, though, he's going to play this Adam position, this secret position. I mean, there is one player out there. Is he going to be catch one of them off guard? We'll need to find out. 3 players on site, Angelix and Adam, and now we look at the clock, 1:25 on there, and not much being done in term from Triton. They've got this angle open that kind of cuts that main hallway in half, the church opening. Sledge starting to do his vertical work now, and we're still to get the hatches open. Also, Whipper, there's still so much to do, and we're only got a minute 10. It turns out I'm talking nonsense. We actually do have the hatch open, so that's another bit of Caster's curse there. So, yeah.
So this Dice vertical angle can hold that rotation, but with only a minute, with less than a minute left to work with, I should say, the pressure does begin to mount from Team Triton. Committing a very rapid push down towards this kitchen hatch isn't going to be the most ideal position to find yourself in, as Angelix now comes back to the objective, plays around the site, as pressure shall begin to mount. 40 seconds left. Main stairs and kitchen hatch does seem to be the agenda for Team Triton as of right now, and Imperial Mandem, they're not going to give much of an inch, but Majir, well, finds perhaps an inch and might be able to take a mile, as Imperial Mandem reduced to 3 members. A great angle to work with, but time is not going to be in favor of the attacking side. 20 seconds now, and while a flurry of kills still favor the defensive roster, can they make it work? Angelic sends some shots down range, and DJ751's a wonderful angle there with the SMG-11, and that's the advantage now for Imperium of Mandem. A wonderful trade. It's all down the Matum. Sends some shots with the AK-12. Can't find the kill. C4 to no avail. But with 1 second left and no diffuser down, Imperium of Mandem claim round number 8.
Round number 8. And now look at this. Imperium Mandem have that eluded momentum. The momentum is so precious in this game. Whip it. And now, again, go back to the chess analogy. You start taking pieces, you start looking better, and now heading to gym and bedroom is looking as if this could be potentially in favour of IOM. If Triton win this next round, it's match point, and now the pressure starts to really mount. You have to be perfect for your next 3 rounds, or Triton go to that grand final. We look here and we look to see what the defenders are actually bringing. We do have, I think that was a late 6th pick there off the Mozzie, but it's actually going to be stuck. And now it's kind of, I would say, almost kind of standard, but the only thing I have to say is missing is potentially those mirror windows that are so important in towards bathroom, kind of contesting that jacuzzi wall that we see very often, especially after seeing SI. Castle placements, they're going to be pretty standard from what I can see. DG7 putting one on towards the gym bedroom window, and I imagine the gym window, and then I'd imagine the gym door as well. Something Whip it. I mean, it's not deviating from the norm, but I mean, we'll need to see. There's a Mozzie on the board, something that we don't see so often. Will Triton go and maybe try and put a lot of pressure on Easter? They're just going to leave one man on rappel watching that window of CCTV. Something that, again, we'll need to find out. We do see a lot of blue outlines heading towards that side. Doing the kind of standard take. They know that there's a Mozzie there, so something that Triton have actually done well has been able to identify that there is this roam.
Yeah, well, identifying the roam is half of the battle nonetheless. They need to be able to clear it out and be effective in doing so. Starting on a nasty angle that, Well, it's going to be another nasty one to get caught by if you do dare cross via construction. Maverick trick occurring to try and get that entryway inside of CC. Remembering the site is master bedroom and gym, so this is only going to be the first part of the puzzle to solve. A strong extension is going to be a difficult thing to break down. Rose inside of Cash. Keep your eye on them. They've been effective as Scipio punches the wall once inside of construction, perhaps baiting to see if anyone will return fire through it. But no one does take that bait, and that's going to be an option later on this round available. Mute Jammers doing their job, delaying the Selma breach, and that's going to be a nasty delay for the side of Triton, knowing they have to make some progression. The second pass, Castle Barrier does its job, disrupts the vision, doesn't give a clear line of sight, and they know sending both the grenades down to this path is not going to be the most ideal. Impact's opening up an angle as now Rose fights for their life, sends a C4 out to the heavens and doesn't connect fully. Replay still in this fight, but Sardine finds that kill, and that's Rose off the board. This roam presence towards Cash beginning to falter. Angelix, lots of drones pressuring now and enabling a push from the attacking side. Rotates around and Sardine reads it perfectly. Second kill in this round and Angelix falls. 3 versus 5 now as pressure begins to mount towards that construction side of the map. But can the Imperium Man them hold on and get themselves yet another round?
Yes, but do you know what? There's something that's important that's not been done. The jacuzzi wall is still shut. That's something that gives the defenders something to rely on. The fact that they can turn their back, knowing that there'll be no guns coming from jacuzzi wall, is something that will maybe make the defenders feel that little bit better. Now the Dob taking his position on towards main stairs. Scipio, he's the man that will be coming up red stairs, and now we're thinking to ourselves, look, no one's keeping an eye on the CCTV wall. The fact that there's no one able to do that is maybe potentially what could be their downfall. Finally, the jacuzzi wall gets open with 30 seconds left. Sardine's hopped in the window, and I don't think the defenders even know. One frag coming out from TJ7, and now we're in a post-plant situation. The Sledge is going to get caught as he jumps out the window. 3 versus 3. Scipio returning to sight, but he's going to get downed, and so is TJ7. The Dob left in a 1 versus 3. It lights up blues. Triton win out the round, and finally move on to match point.
Well, nerves of steel to just jump in master bedroom window, stick that defuse, the most terrifying 7 seconds of a round that can truly be. But Team Triton get themselves on to match point, 1 round away from punching themselves to take it to the grand final later on today. But truly, what a decision, what a play. Vault on in, we have the player advantage. Let's press that, get it to a post-plant situation and cause chaos, and they done so and done it supremely well from entry to execution. Team Triton showed how lethal they can be, and now they're 1 round away. Imperium Man them must be flawless now. 3 rounds they must claw back in order to find themselves on overtime. Backs against the wall, but often when you corner Animal, it's the most dangerous it can ever be. So will they fight back, or will Triton close it out right here, right now?
Well, this is something that we'll need to find out here. Heading to CCTV and Cash, where, let's be honest, with it, IOM won it out quite dominantly, if I remember correctly. And now, Triton in a bad situation, and we're going to have to go all the way to Gym Bedroom, where the bottle may start to crack a little. The mental is being questioned here. This is what we're going to need to find out. IOM have already shown to us that they're capable of winning this site. Are Triton going to be able to adjust from their mistakes of the last time? Angelix, he's going to go in towards Adam, potentially, maybe going to try and catch someone off with a cheeky spawn peek from that window. But I mean, here comes the blue outlines. Now I was about to say I didn't see anybody. Was it maybe a one-dimensional construction push? The window being open for Angelix. He's not done any sort of breaching towards that wall, and now Matoms and Octagon guns trained towards there. I imagine. Oh no, I was about to say, I imagine he's going to rotate away, but Angelix getting caught off guard. Octagon with that long angle, and the Sledge doing the work that he did last time to open up this wall with the Maverick trick.
Angelix tries to take the round into their own hand, gets aggressive, looks for an early peek via that Adam window, but, well, the thrill and agony, the risk-reward, tries to get that kill early, but ultimately ends up in the grave. And Imperium Man them a man down early in this round. And remember, Team Triton a single round away from moving on to our grand final later today. Maverick opens up this wall and has made somewhat of a kind of somewhat massacred it a little bit. A grenade gets lobbed in, Dwamai catches it, but that's still going to be enough to clear away those buttons, clear away the electric wires, and that could be a massive blow. Now, ace on the charges, used to open up the sign goal, so number 1 on that checklist has been achieved. And Scipio being such an active member, such a potent threat with that gun. Can they make an impact in this round? Can they stand their ground? Sardine's going to take a little bit of damage from DJ7. His kneecaps getting blasted off in construction, but to no avail. No downer kill yet. Gets that damage, an investment for later, but time ticking away. And Triton, they've got to make an execution work. Imperial man them, yes, a man down, but can still hold their crossfires and isolate this to a very tricky execution.
It's going to be tricky indeed. I'm in at 5, but you want to know what? They've actually done a bit more work this time, Triton. They've got the main wall open, and they're starting to do a bit of work to potentially clear out these players in towards cash. The sledge not being caught off guard this time and not being traded out. So now we're looking at a situation where the frag grenades are getting tossed in, trying to catch players off guard. Again, Rose losing a bit of damage towards his health bar. Thing is, though, they don't know Scipio's in towards this. Oh, I was about to say Harry Potter position. He's going to pick up one. Is he going to get the second? No. Scipio taking out Magia. That's a great pick. There goes your Maverick. There goes 2 drones that were being controlled by him, but let's hope they're in good positions so that Triton don't get caught out. We're 20 seconds now. Whip it, is the execute coming soon? I mean, it has to come as we see the blue outline starting to rush up red stairs. DJ7's going to get one, and now it's starting to light up orange. Dobbs going to get one of his own. One player getting down. Matum's taking one himself. The Mozzie firing back. And now IOM, they're going to take the next round to continue their momentum on the defensive half. Is the bottle starting to crack, or are IOM becoming resolute?
Well, this is going to be an interesting position as Team Triton. I am wondering if they will suffer from the one more round philosophy. It can be a dangerous place to find yourself as a team. You can't push over that final barrier. Imperial Mandem, though, great round from them, showing resolve and determination that they had some grit to fight tooth and nail for that round. Absolutely brilliant from them. The early disadvantage from that spawn peak of Angelics made null and void by the efforts of Scipio inside of Garage, and that round fell apart from Team Triton in those dying seconds. But now as they move to Church and Arsenal, can IOM make good of it and find some success? So we have some technical issues going on right now in the lobby, so don't be too shocked and surprised if you get thrown back to our faces, and me and Kara will try and make ourselves somewhat presentable if that happens. And well, it does look like, yep, here we are. We're back on screen while we get everything sorted out. Some technical issues, our players are just paused right now, so the moment we can jump back in action, we will do so.
Well, definitely, but let's talk about the matchup as a whole with it. We'll think about how these teams have lined out in terms of Triton versus IOM. Look at the sites they've won. IOM have won CCTV cash both times it's been played. Will the trend continue? Will they win out basement as well? Another thing to allude to is the fact that IOM on their attack were always adjusting fairly well when it came to attacks. It just always missed out on the smaller details. Potentially something like opening up dirt and pushing a player down there. It's just one thing that could maybe made one of their pushes that bit better. Now we look at Triton. They've won out the tertiary site and only are one round away from winning. Are we going to see it? I was going to say, continue, sorry.
Oh, no, go ahead, finish your point.
I was just going to say, are we going to see them actually win out on the tertiary side? Is the bottle going to be resolute from IOM? Something that we'll need to see. That's what I was.
I mean, the biggest thing whenever you see a team on a pretty significant advantage having that match point is they can slip into what I like to call the one more round mentality, when you start playing to not lose. You start playing to not throw rounds. You start playing overly safe, overly cautious, and making mistakes that can lose you rounds. And, well, we saw Team Triton somewhat find themselves in that position. And, of course, we are back in our action, ready to hop on in. Basic defense, of course, as we mentioned before, a small little break to our faces. But Triton, last round, they had the advantage. They could have capitalized on that if they pressed their advantage a little bit quicker, but they didn't seem like they were willing to commit to a little bit more of an aggressive style of play. They didn't want to, do a split execution. They played safe, and perhaps overly safe, And if they do many more of that, there's much more of that, they might let Imperial Man them back into this map.
Yeah, it's potentially what could happen here. I want to just talk about that one round mentality. There's something from another game. I know you probably don't like this one, but from Overwatch, where it's like someone says we only need to win more team fight, then we win the game, and this could potentially what's happening here. We only need one more round, and then next thing you know, you're in overtime. So now we look towards what Triton are going to do. They've brung this Thermite, if I remember correctly. I don't think they brung him last time, and it was actually the Ace. The Queen of the Hatches, though, she's back again for her second appearance when attacking this bottom floor site. They're going to start to press the Hibana pellets on towards this hatch here in kitchen, and it's finally going to be open nice and early. A Surya gate there to deny any quick drops. Get that sound call for the defenders. Looking like potentially a kitchen and dirt push here from the side of Triton. I mean, it's a fairly common push. We see it very often, and I imagine they'll be using the Thermite to open up dirt. We do have a bit of a roam here, though, so potentially, if these players get caught off guard on site with a quick dirt and kitchen execute, could leave a lot of damage towards these site players.
Verticality being opened up now, a remodeling of the kitchen by Replay's breaching rounds, tries to create an angle. It does seem like they're going to be committing for a kitchen hatch execution, or at least primarily using this as their focal point to get some pressure directed on the objective. The Sledgehammer remodeling and opening up as many lines of sight as possible, closing off and watching that rotation is going to be critical as well. So they can't be too passive though, they can't be too reserved, as a C4 could be an omnipresent threat. We're rotating out, now knowing a job well done of that vertical being opened up. Majer, though, very cautious, watching down towards Bar with that Type 89 primed and ready. Mute's position by AK, known, compromised, and spotted out by Replay. But this is going to be the critical phase of this round. Can they get the information? Can they counter out Scipio, who might get aggressive on the top of main stairs? And can they make an execution work? Scipio, wow, plays that to perfection, pops up, cleaves the head off that Ash of Replay, and now find themselves sitting pretty with a player advantage, and with 45 seconds left for Triton to make an execution stick.
Well, they'll need to make this execution work here. We see the Thermite, he's walking up towards the wall, making sure to see if there's anything on the walls. He finds out there is mute jammers there and takes out the C4 and the default. We look towards where the rest of the players are positioned. We've got one coming down main stairs to cut off that corridor. Sardine throwing a frag grenade in, but it's not going to net anything. They're burning ADS. He's trying to see if there's anything there. Open up a bigger hole, make sure the frag grenade gets through, but there's nothing. And pocket, which means whip it. Unfortunately, it's going to be doorways, but there's Rose there, picking up a double, and it's Majer and Octagon left with it to do, dropping the hatch. Octagon gets dropped, but so does DJ7. There's a bit of a chance here, but no! DJ7 and Angelex closing out the round for IOM, and Whip It. We finally have our answer. When are Triton going to win it out? Well, they're going to have to wait to round 12, the full kind of match being played out here of normal play. 12 rounds all in, heading to the tertiary site. Triton won it last time. It's going to be a banger of a last round.
We are here. End of regulation. Round number 12. Team Triton have been somewhat suffering of that one more round mentality. Imperial Man them have fought back tooth and nail, and now they are one round away from getting themselves into overtime. One more round separates that, and Jim Bedroom will be our battleground for this one. If Triton win, they ended at the end of regulation. They move to the grand final. But if Imperial Man them can fight back and prove all the odds wrong of this matchup, they will be going to overtime and give themselves that second lifeline.
Second lifeline is needed for IOM. Do you want to know what they'll whip it? Overtime is honestly justice for both of these teams with the way they're playing. I'd be absolutely heartbroken if IOM didn't complete their comeback here, because they've been playing so well. And I mean, it's only been small margins, and every time there's been a small margin, both teams have punished the other. Now we look towards how these teams are going to set up. Are they going to do a bit of adjustment for this east side take? Though, look here, Sardine and a player of Matum's, the hard support, the hard breach heading from the west side. Something potentially they're thinking to themselves, Joanna, we'll get the jacuzzi wall open first, then head over and support our other teammates like the mash, that's a mashup between the Mav and the Ash. But yeah, the Mav and the Ash moving towards from CCTV and Cash, trying to clear out these players. I mean, it's something we'll need to see. And you know what? They're actually making good time here. They've already opened up the hatch in towards Logi. They're starting to make work on CCTV and Cash, as well as doing work towards the jacuzzi wall. So now so I was just about to say, now that they've got all this kind of, how would you put it, like fake pressure, this kind of ghost pressure, with opening up this stuff early. I mean,
undefinable pressure is the way I like to put it, because when a breach is open, a window's cracked, you don't know if someone's going to swing or give themselves up. The breach is made inside of CC now, and pressure begins to mount. Can the Imperial Mandem's extension into Cash hold against the pressure being mounted? A grenade tossed in, and that pest on that server window is going to prove to be cleared out now by replay. Drone gets in, information to be relayed as, well, the Doob in a great position now. The battle and brawl, the hold control of Cash, a pivotal part of this site control, and this could be mission critical for the side of Imperial Mandem. This engagement could prove to be the most important one as of yet, and crosses out into construction, and Sardine doesn't think twice about getting that kill. No prisoners taken today, as you need this to close this matchup out right here, right now.
Well, Joe, you know what? There's going to need a lot of frags, a lot more frags. That's what I meant to say. There's 4 more left in sight. DJ7's getting dropped, and we've seen this position before. A 3 versus 5 with a sledge jumping in and being able to get that plant down. The only thing is, though, Angelix, he's off site, and so is Rose. He's 6 foot under, and now Scipio and Angelix left with it all to do. Sardine beginning to start the plant. Scipio obviously going below with that C4, not going to net anything due to Sardine's vertical position. The retake's going to begin as the 45-second countdown also begins.
This is going to be a fight or flight moment as Sardine finds kill number 3 of this round. Angelix alone against 5, and Sardine finds kill number 4. Triton pushed against the post at round number 12. It was do or die, and a flawless round punches their ticket to our grand final versus Lockdown Ludens. What a way to do it. What a matchup. A close one coming down to the wire. No overtime needed to separate these sides, and Sardine, MVP on that screen, take a bow for that round. You're going to be able to help your team punch that ticket all the way.
Yeah, they're punching their ticket all the way. I'm just looking at the stats here. Let's look at Sardine. His entry KD, 5-0 with it. That's 5 rounds where he got the first initial frag. I mean, and I think if there's a statistic, I can't remember it, something like a 70% better chance to win a round if you get that opening frag.
Yeah, on the defensive side, it can be a 60% increase of your likelihood to win. On the attacking side, it's I'm not quite sure, but it's somewhere in that realm. Your opening kill can have such a momentous moment in terms of, you're taking away utility, taking away an active gun, but mentality, being able to say, we walked in the building, we took control, this is our map, this is our site now, and well, that was their round. What a way to do it. Team Triton, well, they're in the final now, and they've got some competition ahead of them for Lockdown Ludens.
Yeah, well, I mean, there's something that I've got to say. Whoever you and McCready vote for on that final to take it all, I mean, the other team will be buzzing with it, let's be honest, because we've got every single one wrong today. That's just unfortunate. But, I mean, what a banger of a semi-final to kind of send it out with and get ready to go to the grand final.
What? I mean, that matchup took its time. It was a bit of a slow burner, but once we got to the second half, everything kicked off. It was a powder keg waiting to explode, and, well, Imperial Mandem just falling short, so close to getting to overtime. But Triton, they didn't give up. An iron grasp on Clubhouse, claim it as their own. Dubhouse gives themselves that ticket to the grand final, and, of course, they guarantee themselves a little bit of pocket change nonetheless. So, that was our final semi-final. Our grand final is all booked up. We know he will be taking place in our best of 3 grand final. So, all that we have to do now is prepare, get ourselves ready for it, let the teams have a little bit of a rest and recovery as we get everything sorted out. Cairo, you won't be joining me for the final, but what an honour has been to have you on the Virtual Casters for your very first appearance on this side of the Badass University All-Stars. Hopefully we get to see you more often. And, well, I can't wait for this final.
Yeah, I can't wait. Thanks for having me, guys. I'm sure we're just going to head to a very quick break. Oh, I say very quick. I think there's going to be a bit of an extended break while we get ready for that grand final. My good friend McCready, he's going to be taking my place. So again, thank you for having me. Thanks, Whippet. I'm sure you're going to have a ball on this last final.
Hopefully so. Let's hope the teams can pull up a great showing. And as you said, we're going to go to a break. Might be a little bit longer. We want to give our team some time and rest to get ready for a final. But grab yourself a drink, stay hydrated, and maybe a snack. And we will be ready to get into the action as soon as we can.
so fucking professional.
Oh yeah, that's right. I've played at Tudors and I've accidentally gotten myself muted on vMix. It wouldn't be a classic broadcast without me doing that one and only mistake. Regardless, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Badass University All-Stars playoffs, but technically, we have already just kind of scooched the word playoffs off to the side as we only have one match left over the horizon, and that is the grand final between Lockdown Ludens and Team Trident. In case you guys are just tuning in, then let's go ahead and quickly recap the events of this evening. Essentially, here's the TLDR. Lockdown Ludens, they were able to quite easily, not necessarily easily, but quite swiftly beat out the Princesses on Villa at the very start of the broadcast. 7-3 was the final scoreline of that particular matchup, and unfortunately enough for the Princesses, they weren't able to guarantee themselves at the very least £450, which is the prize for the runner-ups. And after that match had concluded, we had a much more tight, a much more condensed affair between Team Trident and Imperium of Mandem. It went the full distance. All 12 rounds of regulation did indeed see play on Clubhouse, and at the end of the day, it was Team Trident that had risen victorious. So, already, just sort of like a very short congratulations to both Team Trident and Lockdown Ludens for at the very least guaranteeing themselves £450. But there is still more juicy cash up for grabs. £750. They go directly to the Grand Champion, as well as 5 pairs of HyperX headsets. Not exactly sure about the model. I will have to check those in the downtime as well. But regardless, that is currently what is at stake this evening. We have 3 maps to go through. This isn't a best of 5 with map advantage or any kind of that jazz. It is just a best of 3 grand final. And there is one little tidbit of information that I actually do have to whip out from the pocket of my sweatpants. Yes, I may be looking dashing, but underneath the camera, you can't see I'm wearing sweatpants. Lockdown Ludens and Team Trident. These are the only 2 squads that have carried themselves over from Season 1 that are left standing, and they now face each other in the Grand Finals. If you guys actually did watch way back in the day when this initial platform was kicking off, then team names such as Chexerland, Ophis, SEAL Team Santa, and the Fukin Zoo will sound familiar, but not that much longer. Lockdown Ludens and Team Trident, these are the only 2 last standing squads from Season 1 that have managed to build their way up to the Grand Finals, and they can crown themselves the champions for the first time. Speaking of these particular 2 squads, let's go ahead and quickly get to know the players, the 10 gladiators that will be battling out in the arena. On the side of Lockdown Ludens, we've got Proctor, Benji, Giobu, Gady, as well as KK. They have been on fire earlier this evening against the Princesses, specifically players such as Giobu, Gady, and Benji. Those were a couple of names that I saw quite often throughout the kill feed, and not necessarily quite as often as Proctor, though, to be fair. He has been an absolute machine on the entry, especially with Ashe, but that may soon change the moment that that next season hit, well, indeed rolls around after Ashe's hit, with her nerfs to losing a breaching charge, as well as some extra recoil and a bit less ammunition in the magazine. So Proctor, enjoy the FBI agent while you can. On the opposite side of the spectrum, we have got Team Trident. That is comprised of Replay, Octagon, Sardine, Matems, and Majere. And if I'm not mistaken, if I was indeed paying attention to our lovely caster, King Cairo, he indeed pointed out that Sardine could arguably be considered the MVP of that particular matchup, because they were just not necessarily padding stats, that is the rude way to put it. They were an absolute unit throughout that entire matchup on Clubhouse, with the highest entries, the highest cost as well, if I did catch that on the R6 Analyst scoreboard. But we can't necessarily take that away from the rest of Team Trident, because every single one of those players was pulling their own weight and then some on top of that. So These are the 10 gladiators that you'll be battling it out in the arena, the final one of that this evening. 1,200 pounds distributed unevenly between these two squads is what is at stake this evening. But once again, I'm not the one who's going to be holding you guys' hand throughout this particular matchup. We're going to leave that up to our two gorgeous casters. Obviously, Whippet will be returning, but you got to make sure that you have your hotkeys ready to spam Kappa Pride in Twitch chat, because T4's newest casting power couple is about to take the virtual mic away from me. Please put your digital hands together and give McCready and Whippet a very warm welcome.
Toodles, more like to fly, honestly, Whippet. Hello and welcome to the grand finals of the Bool Season 2. Thank you for Toodles for an incredible introduction, but Whippet, here we are. It's been a long season, it's been a great journey, and now we're ready to close it all off and get ready for Season 3, aren't we?
We certainly are, but before we throw our eyes to our new season, we've got one more match to close it out, and this is for all the marbles. We have had 10 grueling weeks of competition, back and forth brawls between these teams. At the start of today's playoffs, we had 4 Gladiator teams enter, but now only 2 remain, and only 1 can leave as your victors. It is going to be Team Triton versus Lockdown Ludens, and honestly, at the start of the day, I didn't even see this matchup being what we saw in the final, but I'm always up for some expectation subversion, and I cannot wait to get in this one. I guarantee it will be an action-packed one, and well, get your cash or bingo card ready, because I'm going to refer to it as the one, the only. It's going to be a barn burner.
I've got something for that. But, well, we can't waste any time, Whippet. You can't wait. So we're going to jump into these map bans almost immediately. See exactly where we're heading. This grand final, it is going to be a best of 3 instead of a best of 1. And CAF Consulate, they're going to be taken away immediately. Lockdown Ludens constantly take away that Consulate. And Triton, well, that CAF, that's an interesting ban. It's a normal one, but it's, you know, it's one of those standard maps. Now, we are going to be heading to Chalet. That's the important bit. Followed by Coastline, a map that Ludens, they're very comfortable on. Next map, really, I feel like the bans, they're really going to impact the playstyle. Oregon and Villa, we're going to get banned, leaving us with Clubhouse as the decider. So, Chalet, Coastline, and Clubhouse, the 3 Cs, but not Coconut Cracked with it. How are you feeling about this?
I'm excited for this one. Not only is Chalet my favourite map in the current competitive climate, then we have Coastline, which we all know the action that can provide, and if we do need another decider, Clubhouse will be, well, the dub house for one of these rosters, and if we go there, that will be an interesting one nonetheless. I am super excited for this matchup. We have seen these teams brawl their way to this stage from our regular season through our earlier games in our playoff. What a way to end this season. And just remember, well, yes, 24 hours ago, Rainbow Six crowned brand new world champions. You know, the LATAM overlords are here, but now we're going to crown the UK Uni Scenes champions, and this is going to be a fantastic showing.
Yes, now, looking at those maps, as it does return to our faces, you know, you're looking at Chalet, you're looking at Coastline. These 2 maps, they bring everything to the table. You know, you've got Chalet, it's a new strategy-heavy map that's kind of attacker-sided, but ultimately, good strategies, good coordination, that's going to really nail it down and pick up your rounds. Then you go to Coastline. That's where the fragging, the mechanical ability, that's where it's going to get tested. And you gotta think, right, if you have a team that go into Chalet, they win it out. Whoever wins that out, they have to knock it down on that Coastline. And then Clubhouse. If they're not able to do that, then they've got to go to Clubhouse. It's going to be incredible. It's going to be an incredible series completely. I can't say that word enough, Whippet. It's going to be incredible, PogChamp, as the Twitch cat calls it. Now, Chalet, you love this map, and it's the first one we're going to be getting into, but I love hearing you rant about it, so I'm going to give you another opportunity. Why is it you love this map so much?
Well, this map has the best pacing, some of the best dynamics, and one of the best overall map designs we've seen introduced to our competitive pool in the longest time. Whether it's from the early engagements happening inside the building within the first 20 to 40 seconds being meaningful and direct map control contests, to it coming down to a chokehold area by piano, these key areas have such an influence on this map. And yes, Other maps have their key important areas to gain control of, but none have as much weight as all the areas in Chalet. Every site, for the most part, is viable, and it is still developing. We see new things every single day, and we don't have to wait too much longer to get straight into our action as we dive into our first map, a Team Triton and Lockdown Ludens. This is your grand final of Badass University All-Stars Season 2, best of 3, and who will take your crown? This is our map number 1, and our ban phase begins.
Yes, now, looking at this right now, Triton, they're coming into this the stronger team, realistically. Ludens, they came into playoffs at that bottom 4th place seed. Triton, I believe they came second. They did quite well, let's be honest. Let's make no mistake about it. Triton, they're definitely the favorites so far. The Yana ban is going to be coming through. Maybe a little continuation from the Princess's ban against Proctor, maybe? I mean, I feel like with Yana, it's just a case of, well, Proctor's just going to pick Ashe, or Proctor's going to pick Zofia. There are a number of operators that do a similar job. Nomad being taken away, that makes a lot more sense. But there's a couple of operators, Whippet, that really are... Their silence and their lack of appearance is deafening.
I'm so interested if Thatcher making it through. There's some possibilities here. This is going to make it a little bit more interesting for certain clears to happen. Mirror goes bye-bye, and well, Two Doors, your wonderful desk host, well, that's his favorite operator. Not going to see any action in our very first map today. And our final fourth operator, our second defender, who's going home and sitting on the bleachers. This one, it will be Legion. And this is an interesting one. Not an operator you see going bye-bye too often, but I'm sure it was banned out for a reason. Of course, the D5 SMG, a potent weapon to deal with, and those Goon Mines, a pesky tool to help clear, and always an annoyance if you get one of those stuck in your ankle.
I mean, in Season 1, we've seen Ludens bring Legion quite heavily in a lineup of Jaeger, Melusi, Legion, but honestly, if you're going to bat out Legion, you might as well go for Melusi. Melusi brings either Impact or C4. The MP5 still has incredible roam potential. And the gadget, it's that little bit harder to get taken away until the test server does come out with it. So, immediately I'm kind of worried about that. But, well, with the Thatcher on the board, you've also then got to think, well, they can clear these Banshees a lot easier than those Legion Mines. But that's not really going to be important. Master Bedroom, that's where we're going to head to. And I think Piano... Simply put, that's all I've got to say about most of these sites. Piano is the linchpin. If you take Piano, you have a large amount of map control, you definitely have site control, and you can look to get a nice little plan. You just set up a couple of lines of sight, cover your player on half wall, get ready for a retake or a flank, and if you've done all those steps correctly, then you should be happy. That also kind of leads into my point about the Nomad ban. You've got to be ready for a flank. And a Nomad, that makes it too easy.
Yeah, Nomad ban really opens up this map quite a lot. Well, yes, you're limited to 3 staircases. It's very easy to cut that off. You're watching for it, but an air jab has that peace of mind, and lots of teams are used to just popping something down and moving on with their day. So that could have a significant impact in this one. So, one note I always like to add is a little bit of an asterisk to every Chalet game is this. It is the most attacker side of map in our current climate. I believe there is only around a 40% win rate for the defense. And on a game like Siege, where we're so used to, defense win rate skyrocketing on certain maps, that is somewhat low. So Lockdown Ludens find themselves starting on that advantageous side, but can they make full availability of that?
I've got to commend your memory. I'm pretty sure I've heard those words almost verbatim with that statistic line in a very similar cast to the Invitational. Now, a big thing I really like is these mute jammers. Now, the way that they've been placed is not just one for those 2 walls, it's 2 to make sure that you can cover more ground. And as you can see, that mute jammer just caught that Gyobu's drone. And because this replay now has an angle as Gyobu has to try and pick it up, he's going to be looking to just be the linchpin. Just shut them all down. And holding here, if you find 1 kill, that suddenly means they have to clear you out. He's about to try and get it. The C4 will go through. Will not be able to find a kill. KK will escape, and Replay will finally be able to find Benji. Sardine drops down below. Triton, they're here to play. They won't find a kill yet again. These C4s just not landing their mark, but a very strong statement of intent with our very first gunfight. Gady being knocked down and finished off by Replay. Ludens, what can they do?
Well, that was a massive opening engagement there. Gaidy dies on Flukes. That coverage is now gone. And well, Benji, those grenades off the board, but a wonderful setup, a wonderful hold, holding Piano into Library. And well, Sardine pops up and claims Proctor's head. The MPX, you gotta be precise, and that's exactly what we saw. A 5 versus 2, and what an opening round. A statement of intent to how they wish to continue. KK and Geo were the last two standing, and that ace takes a round from that TCSG. A tricky engagement, and this long angle opened up, facing down towards Fluke from Piano. What a position to hold, and that Goyo shield on that Piano provides an easy fallback and escape route for Maytums if they require it. Yeah. And this round could very much turn in favor of Triton even more in a single squeeze of that trigger.
Yeah, this is what I talked about. Piano, that's a key position. Replay has so much freedom of movement, he can run around and find another kill, finds KK, and, well, leaves KK on his own, actually. That Piano meaning that Gyobu was just unable to push into CEO. You couldn't go through the breach that you would spend so much time trying to make. And with 30 seconds on the clock, well, none of Ludens will really stay alive that long inside the building. They're definitely not going to make their way to the site. There's too much of a crossfire, not enough bodies, not enough time, and, well, KK just gonna take a nice little time out. Just gonna relax, just take a breather. You know, one round, that's not a game.
Yeah, you know, one round, it's not the most catastrophic loss, and you're still in that feeling out phase. You want to know what your composition are doing. You now know how Triton are going to play. They're going to fight for that control. And, well, that was a wonderful way to fight for library control, and that's going to be a great dominant round for Team Triton. A show of intent, and I guarantee they want to continue this pressure. And on a map that is as aggressive as Chalet, they have that potential to fight every entry, be in the face of Lockdown Ludens, and never give them an inch. Kitchen Dining, the next site being brought out, and this is one of the stronger defense sites on the entirety of the map. It's so well able to set up, and once again, it's a site that relies on that linchpin called Piano and Office. If you have control of that on the attacking side, you can dominate this site because of that verticality. But getting control, well, that's a different story altogether. So difficult, so hard, and well, you have to worry about fighting people on that floor and verticality and C4 threat as well. So this is going to be a tricky task for the Ludens to figure out.
Well, you have mainly 2 or 3 options with this site. Now, the one everybody goes to, and I feel it's because it's the only one that really makes sense when you take into account all the factors, is going for that main lobby. You take Piano, you take the vertical, then you push down below, you get the utility over by that dining wall for the main lobby, and then you push in. Well, the other options that are there are a trophy push and a west main push, but you run into a lot of issues in the late round. Now, you can maybe find a kill, get a couple of picks, and some Psychotron, maybe even a plant, but you fall to this vertical play very, very hard, which is why defenders, they stack this completely. That's why Kitchen Dining is the secondary site for a lot of teams. You take this position, not only is it very self-destructible, so you can use that verticality both ways, but C4s, impacts, it all just comes out in a massive way. And I feel like this site it's definitely shown since Chalet came in why it is just one of the better sites. Bar and Gaming is a similar story. It's all about the vertical play, but, well, the attackers, they have a very early entry into the position, so not picked as much, as you can see by the Ludens already just getting these drones in.
Yeah, well, information game's super important for a map like this. You need to be able to check all these off angles, all these small cubbies players can hide in. You don't want to get caught out by someone playing like a rat or perhaps laxing. So they're going to be very, very careful to train or drone everything out. Proctor leading that charge, acting behind that drone, trying to clear down towards Games Room. Well, you see, with the benefit of silhouettes, no one's contesting, no one's nearby. But again, it's all well and good. Having control of games, having drones to cover it, this is the priority. Piano is the battleground. And that's Saria Gate, the first puzzle to solve. You've got to commit utility, and that Ash holding a Claymore can cover off a flank or use those breaching rounds to break on through, relying on the teammate. And Gady is going to take a lot of damage from that C4, reminiscent of SI's grand final in this position as Replay gets the opening kill. Proctor falls, Jirash is in the grave, and that spear has been blunted from the side of Lockdown Ludens.
Yes, the puzzle box of death is what I'm going to call Piano now, because you look at this, yes, you have a Surya Gate, you're using Gyobu to burn it, but then you've got to move it and deal with a Banshee, then you've got to deal with a Goyo Shield and the ADSs in support. This is the last gasp of that 20-second meta, and Benji, he's going to be feeling that cold, hard breath right now, losing quite a bit of HP in Piano. Still has to push it out, but that ADS isn't there. That play is still behind that shield, and well, that just going to relax. There's no pressure really being applied. You can just move through. You can swing, but that's where the support comes from. Gady, he's going to feel pressure from the main side. Replay will be taken down, but immediately. Sardine, he's going to have to be ready with this refrag. With that TCSG, 45 seconds. And remember, they still have to do vertical and execute onto site. Gady's going to get taken away very, very quickly. Octagon finding a second. 35 seconds in the round falling apart for Luden. Sardine, he's just going to put another nail in the coffin. Yet again, it's KK all alone, and you have to go for the defuser. It's just not going to happen.
Well, the TCSG claims a victim. KK falls, and well, what a weapon to fight against. And may have been a body shot, but that's all you need with a slug the size of a truck being sent through the air towards you, and that's the second round in succession that we see Team Triton win the defensive side. Bar Gaming being brought out as their tertiary, and they're completely avoiding the basement. Perhaps a public service announcement for any teams watching. The basement is not as strong as you may think. It's one of the weakest sites here, and Bar Gaming, if set up correctly, can be an absolute fortress and difficult to break down. And Lockdown Ludens, that's going to be a difficult thing because they've not had a significant presence on the map as of yet, and they're going to be facing against one of the hardest sites to gain control of in Treaty. Can you guess what's going to be a pivotal area for this site? What could be an important area to hold because of the verticality presence on this? Would it be Piano?
Well, actually, it's not Piano, it's Piano Hallway, because you have the utility committed to that Piano double door, like that Surya Gate we saw last time. You have these reinforcements done, and Mute Jammers will probably back them up if the Mute is being brought. And then essentially a heavy blue hold. You have utility supporting it, ADSs, Goyo shields, and then maybe even a Banshee by the Surya Gate, and it just makes life absolute hell. You've got to go in, you've got to contest that angle, you have to take control, otherwise you just die. Now, as you can see as well, Triton, they realize a big issue with the setup could be that fluke window. It could be somebody just coming in and getting aggressive and trying to catch you off by the side, or maybe coming in from main lobby. That's why you have that fireplace reinforced. That's why you have sightlines for a player to hold that exact position. And while Triton, they're looking to really disprove the maths here and say, well, 40% win rate? That's just not going to work for me, mate. We're going to have an absolute fortress of death with Octagon on the roam.
Yeah, Octagon on that roam could be an active threat, and this window repel presence is going to be a key one. This entryway towards Master Bedroom and Solarium is going to be Luden's way in, but look at this. That's a lovely vertical angle being set up by the Frost inside of stock. Some shots trading off. Sardines, the first to take some damage, stays in this fight, not wounded beyond the point of recovery just yet. As Gady's inside, KK still trying to make their presence known inside of Library, sending some shots through a window, just acting as a warning perhaps, but knows there's a player there, and that's going to be a difficult fight nonetheless. Holding across down the mausoleum, and that's going to by the top balcony, and it's going to be a tricky position to fight against. Lockdown Luton still in good position, have lots of control, have lots of presence, but what can they do with it?
Well, they can just try and push out Triton, which is something, well, you need to simply do. KK gets a flashbang into the Library, but do you know about the player there? Do you know that Sardine is still here? He's low HP, granted, but as long as he's in that position, you can't really do anything. You can't deal with this blue stairs player. You can't start that vertical play. Replay's got to die, so you can bring players around. Octagon's going to be the first to fall, though, and a minute 25 on the clock. A lot of time's been wasted with it. And, well, Triton, they're just holding the angles. Maton wants to find a kill at this point. On the Frost, on the support, well, we haven't got anything yet. But now might be that opportunity. Benji's going to get knocked down. Replay wants to finish it off. He knows there's a player there, but doesn't know they're downed. Now all you need to do is bait for the revive. Replay realizes it's coming, but there's nothing you can really do about it. Benji will be picked up, and Proctor, he goes on the hunt, but Benji has the refrag, and whip it. It's enough to make a grown man cry.
Oh, I'm just holding back the tears from that one. Majeri lets that Kector sing as KK falls. The vault from Museum is there as Replay retreats. Dodges that one Ember of Flame that drops the stairs with him with 35 seconds remaining. Majeri makes it 2 in this round. sending 9mm rounds down range with with malicious intent. Giobu picks up Sardine, equalizes the player count, 25 remain. Red pings are there, information is known, but can Triton hold on, or can Ludens make this execution stick? Sending some shots down range, grouping up, but that default cam persisted. Every second burned, every delay is important, and under the stairs is Replay, finds one, the trade is there, but Majera reads it flawlessly, and swings for the trade, shuts down the ace, and claims a third consecutive round for Team Triton.
Simply put, if Replay didn't find that kill, the round was over. There was no way Triton were going to win it if they didn't find that kill, because like you saw, there was a refrag. And that came out from the ace, but as soon as that happens, well, Majera, just right out there with that Vector, finds that frag. Huge play, well coordinated together, and just realized what they needed to do. As soon as the first player, Benji, came down those stairs, killed. You get refrag while another player's there. You're wasting that time very, very nicely. That's something Ludens, they've struggled with it. I'm not going to sugarcoat it. They've struggled with their timing. They've struggled with getting all the pieces in position with having enough time to actually execute. It's something we've seen every single round, actually. They have not made it onto the site once, if my memory isn't mistaken. So, returning to Master Bedroom, this is where things all start to go wrong. That piano, it just, simply put, was barely flushed out. And they never even made it into Office itself.
Yeah, I mean, the setup that we're seeing by Triton is one of the most potent and deadly defensive strategies you can bring in a map like this. They understand this is the choke point, this is where key areas are, and we're going to set up to exploit this to full availability. And I'd imagine we're going to be seeing angles open up inside of the library, and yes we are, that's going to make it even harder to get that control. And judging from kind of in that first round we saw, when Maytom's playing by that piano, when the wall was opened up, the window and Fluke was there, they had the confidence to fight through that long position, and they were able to hold it. They knew of how much of a key position that was, even once the wall was open, and that's showing just how much Triton understand this map, know the ebb and flow, and are prepared for this. And Ludens, well, they need to start finding some opportunities to pounce back, otherwise they might get dragged into deep water and drowned early in this round, early on this map.
Yes, now I think I'm good describing it. You know, the motion of the ocean with it. The ebb and flow, motion of the ocean, it's all the same thing. What isn't the same right now is that Gady is really applying a lot of pressure early on, and KK is able to find that opening frag for the Ludens. First time this has actually happened, and you've taken away one of those roamers that really caused you an issue in the first round. But Sardine is still alive. The pre-placed C4 goes off, but doesn't find its mark in 2 minutes on the clock. But Ludens, they've only a kill to show for what they've done. They don't want to get too aggressive. They don't want to overextend. That's where they've spoken those issues. They've found those issues. Now, though, that's not the case. The EMPs will be used this time to get this breach open. But, well, with it, that piano, it's still there. It's still going to be an issue. And the sightlines will be there. The drones will go in. They will be looking for information. And a player will spill into piano hallway, ready for an execute that might fall on its face, but has potential at least.
This setup is absolutely sublime by Triton. They have contingencies. Piano falls, you know, that E-box gets lost. We got a C4 down in kitchen, primed and ready. We have contingency plans for everything. It's superb to watch. And here, the power, the control that this shield on the piano presents, it's just such a potent threat as you push towards it. You never know how that engagement might go. Vaulting in from Fluke window, fights around that breach. EMP's tossed out the burn away utility, but doesn't catch the ADS. A much better use of the EMP would toss it in that corner, clear the ADS, and let the Ash Charge do its job. The Gaio shield finally removed, but remember, that TCSG is not a weapon you want to gamble with, as Benji is going to be claimed by that C4, tossed out and left in DBNO. A tricky position. Sardine battles away as well, but finds the kill on the Proctor. A technical 4 versus 3 in favor of the defense, and 45 seconds left to work with.
Yes, and Ludens need to make this push soon. They do have that player disadvantage. And honestly, simply put, Benji, you're probably going to have to bleed out. They need to make a push. They need to be able to waste the utility so that they can start planting without being murdered by the C4s. Gady, he's going to be leading the charge, does some damage to Octagon, but the C4's going to find him. Ludens, they're locked outside, and while Giobu has to push in, it's only a matter of time before the refrag comes through. KK answers with a kill of their own, but Sardine is there to shut them down, and Majera steps up as well. Triton 4-0 on their defense with it.
Well, if you're in the side of Lockdown Ludens, you've got to go into full triage mode, throw on a tourniquet and make something work, stop the bleeding best you can. You can't go level at the end of your attacking splits, so you got to get something back. You've got to do it for pride, or effort, or momentum break. It has to happen now, because 4-2 isn't the worst position to find yourself in. A 5-1, however, well, that is going to be a tricky recovery. So, Kitchen Dining brought out again. The same strategies being employed, the same operator lineups. Can the Ludens learn, adapt, evolve around this strategy? Can they figure it out? Can they crack the code? And will they be able to get their very first round? Round number 5 next to go. And Ludens, they need to show something and show it soon.
Now, Whippet, it really makes you think as well. You know, those stats you talked about. 60% attacker win rate. And right now, Ludens just aren't showing it. The big issues, like I've said, is they've stalled out. Their time management just hasn't really been there. Whereas Triton, their setups, they've been knowledgeable. They've known what the site demands, how to play it, and honestly, they know what they can manage with. If they know that they can get a couple of kills on their own, then they will. If they know they need to pull back, if they know where they're needed, that's where they're starting to pick up the points over Ludens. They're finding frags. They're finding C4 kills, and then when the time is right, they just go to the right position. Think Majere on the blue stairs. We saw a push that was ready to come through with the last 30 seconds. And Majere's moving up alongside Sardine finding a kill with the C4. And you're looking at Triton. They play well together. Ludens need to have an answer. The Finker's being brought out, which is interesting. She hasn't had her changes yet, which instead of it being a time-limited buff, it's more of a heal. It just brings you up to full HP and overstims you if you're above with it. So, you know, just in case you hadn't read the patch notes, but the Finker being brought through at the moment kinda has me thinking.
Yeah, this is an intriguing decision to say the very least, and perhaps put it in a more polite manner. EMP tossed out, the clear of utility, make this wall breachable if it wasn't already. They haven't tossed their hard breach onto it yet, and well, those settlements have to get over there. I wonder if that buck doesn't have the can opener in back pocket, so can't work with that either. Settlement charge used and deployed, so a much more rapid and quick approach. They haven't run into as many roadblocks to this stage, but Sardine might just be that cinder block in their path. TCSG primed and ready. 2 shots to the bodies. All that taken, it can send lead down range at a staggering rate.
Yeah, that TCSG, it really shoots cinder blocks. Proctor, he's going to take some damage as Replay, unfortunately, not shooting huge chunks of concrete. He is going to be able to shoot 9mm. He'll do damage. Won't find a kill, but definitely asserts dominance. And Ludens, yet again, they're at this CEO wall. They are ready to move in. They have everything they need, but this piano, it is the problem. What are they going to do? They have to use the EMPs. They have to clear it out. But then Sardine gets aggressive. Not thanks to Jobu pushing through, finding that kill. Things are starting to heat up. And Majere answers back with a fire C4. Able to find Jobu. Now the push has come through. Buck is still alive. So the vertical play can still be used. But right now, look at Triton. There's a shift. 2 players downstairs. 2 players bathroom. And Octagon's going to make sure that they have that player advantage.
A wonderful opportunistic strike there. Finds the kill. Verticality being opened up. Be this skeleton key, but C4 still an active threat down below. It's going to be Replay who holds it. And some shots from Solarium, but there it is. Replay shut down. C4 still on pocket, and Gady finds that kill. 35 seconds to work with in a 3 versus 3, but look at the side of Ludens. Proctor wounded, Gady not looking fresh, and the only person top up to 100 HP is going to be that Buck, working these vertical positions, trying to push people off these key power areas, but they haven't done so yet. They have information, the red pings are there, but they need to make an attack. They may as well rename the site to Rasgas and Monaco, because they've got to make a dive bomb to make something happen. 14 seconds, we hit critical in this round, and they haven't made their attack. It's gonna be a massacre once they drop this hatch, and they're getting ready for it. Proctor, down in trophy, could be the linchpin, could be the pressure relief. 3 seconds, 1 second, we hit 000. The plant's going down, can Octagon deny? And no, the book is shut down. Matems finds 2, and Triton clean up the round, but a better showing from Lockdown Ludens, getting closer and closer. But is it too little too late, because they're yet to find a round?
Well, reading my mind that right there, I want to say it's too little too late. Ludens, it's getting close, but it's still not winning, and you're also on the last side of the split, and Well, that's a bit of an issue. Now, obviously, Triton picked this map, so you can go in with the logic of they're expecting to win this. They practiced it, they've rehearsed it, but Fludens, as I've convinced Jerry the Music Man to say it, Fludens, with the Welsh dialect, of course, they picked Coastline, and right now, their mechanics, they've been good, but Triton have been more consistent. And Triton have been smarter when applying their mechanical ability, if that makes sense to you, obviously. I mean, I know you do enjoy your fragging potential with it, but, well, you know, sometimes you gotta have brain with it. And I think Triton, they do that really, really well. They decide the gunfights they need to take, and that's when they're gonna win them out. Ludens, it feels like they're grasping at straws. They're trying to stay in the fight desperately, and while it does work sometimes, that wasn't it. Because Jobu, if you remember in that round, pushed into CEO through the breach. He got aggressive and found a kill on Sardine, which you just don't expect. Because why would you? They had piano control. They had players in master bedroom. Fludens, it feels like they're just trying anything to get ahead.
I think you hit the nail on the head with that one. It does seem very much like, you know, everything on the kitchen sink. Let's throw something. Let's try and get around. And well, one part of me respects it, trying something unorthodox, trying to get that round. It just seems like they're grasping at straws just a little bit. Now, round number 6, the final of Triton's defensive split. And Ludens are yet to score a round. And this is going to be one of the hardest efforts they have to put in because this site, if played correctly, it looks like the setup is going to be a very strong one indeed. Can be a nightmare to break down.
Now, Sardine, yet again, in this library is just going to be the big issue for Ludens. They are going to have to deal with him just as they're going to have to deal with Octagon. The same setup is here. And it makes a lot of sense, because if you feel, if Octagon didn't die as early last time we were on this site, maybe the Fludens, they wouldn't have had that 2v2 at the very end. Maybe he would have had another kill. Now that, it's going to get broken. Gadi's going to move around and get onto the window, but he's going to be presented with another one. That's the glory of bringing the Aruni is, and no matter where you go, there is a Surya gate. And, well, the information is going through. That CEO wall is going to be opened up, but the rotates there as well. Benji can walk right into another defender. And Proctor is going to try and do exactly that. Ludens, a minute 45, they have early control. This could be a ransom event.
Well, minute 35 left to go, and the opening kill is going to go in favor of Lockdown Ludens, but an instantaneous trade, as that's going to be Proctor off the board, found the opening, but Octagon is not going to have any of it. Major sending some shots down range, battling with players very close to the objective itself, as the Ludens try and make a breakthrough push. KK now in main lobby, as that C8 primed and ready, Sardine shuts down Benji. The advantage now swings in favor of the defense. Time ticks down every second, critical. The Vector is heard. KK might see those sprays. That Vapor Trail is an invitation to get aggressive, but doesn't spot the player in the main stairs. Octagon takes full advantage of KK's perhaps lack of perception, as that Sardine gets Skadia now in a 4 versus 1. Giobo staring down the barrel of the inevitable, as it looks like Lockdown Ludens are likely to go 6 rounds down. Tries to battle forward anyway, hops on the fluke, looks through the window, tries to find some heads, but no one's giving a single pixel to work with. Octagon might decide to take that brawl, but shots whizzing past the head of the ace. Finds one on the Sardine, but is it too little too late? 3 more to go, and with 30 seconds to work with, looks unlikely, looks inevitable that this is going to be a Team Triton win, pushing them onto map point early in this series.
Yes, Sardine and Octagon, such a heavy impact in this round so far, and I believe I'm legally obligated to say I taught them that. But, well, we'll leave that for later. We'll leave the jokes for later, because Giobu, there isn't time for joking. Lockdown Ludens, you can have a 5-1 split, or you can go onto match point immediately. 10 seconds left, you've got to make a decision, and it's going to start with trying to kill Octagon, but you just can't get the shots. You will be able to down him, you finish him off, but there's just not enough time, and Majer's waiting at the bottom of the blue stairs, and Triton, yet to drop a single round, are going to move onto the attack.
Well, if you wanted an opening split to start off a grand final, just take after Team Triton 6 rounds in a row. Move on to the offensive side on Chalet, and which I reiterate is the stronger side on match point. Ludens must be flawless. They cannot make a mistake. They cannot hesitate. They cannot waste a single second, as any slip-up will spell disaster, meaning that we'll go a map down in this best-of-3 series. as we will see, well, the basement, our very first showing of this site at all, and it will be Luden's first defensive attempt.
Well, there's quite a few issues with this, why a lot of teams really don't like it. Now, obviously, ranked, unranked is fine. There's not really an issue with it because you don't really see teams really have that potential where you look into a setup, you could criticize it, you could find those weak points. But in comp, when both teams are working, coordinating, you're expecting a couple of roamers, and you're saying, well, okay, if we take them out, well, then when we start coming to that bottom floor, you've got to think, well, we can go for the main breach, but that's just simply not. They're not going to commit all that utility because they realize if that breach gets opened, well, the defense, they're going to be focusing on spreading the utility out, making sure this trench, that's not going to be as big of a sticky treacle area, I'm going to describe it. Now, obviously, a Thatcher on the board can change that, but you can still banditry. You can still just use it as a line of sight. Even if the breach is opened, it's an absolute pain to walk in through that little choke point. So, attackers, you clear the roamers, you get control of, Solarium, west side, and blue. You look at maybe doing some vertical in that main lobby, but right now, the big thing that points out to me is that diamond hatch. That's what Triton are going to really want to get involved with. Ludens need that defense. They can't lose that position. If they lose that, well, we're going to coastline early. I'm calling it, Whippet.
Oh, I honestly don't think I can argue with that one. The main wall's been opened up, so that's going to be a massive tick off your checklist. They had utility to potentially defend it, but they've opted to kind of go, no, we're fine. We'll put our claws and our batteries elsewhere. They have made that small rotation out by Boiler, by Trench, so they have that extra layer of defense towards the northern side of the site. But again, that wall being opened up is just kind of acting as undefinable pressure. You don't know if someone's picking it. You don't know if they're waiting for you to swing and be aggressive. So that, just by virtue of being open, has split this site in half. And that's going to be uncomfortable for Ludens to deal with. The Salma's going to open up that single reinforced wall, meaning that deeper in the wine cellar, you are now going to be exposed and made uncomfortable by anyone who decide to play by that main breach.
Yes, and the low angle of that actual breach, you see Jobu, he's got to crouch for it. That makes him a lot easier to be spotted. When you crouch peek Whippet, you actually get seen by the other person before you see them. So that's going to make life hell. But Maytums, he's not going to push through that breach. Not alone. He's going to need some support. And Octagon's going to find a kill onto Benji to do exactly that. Now, the drones, the frag grenades, they're starting to come through through the vertical play. And, well, it's just going to make life hell for these defenders. Proctor going to take some damage, realizing the pinch is coming. Sardine, he's going to deliver the killing blow. And 3 players. Gady's going to try and save off coastline by going into the fire, but he's got to pull back. The C4 will go through, but Triton, they're going to start pushing. Take control of blue, get inside that breach. Jobu's going down. Replay wins the gunfight. Sardine gets another. It's all down to KK Whippet.
For KK in a 1v4 to keep their team alive here on Chalet. You never want to count the odds, but Replay doesn't care. KK falls as Triton take a flawless opening map in our grand final. 7-0. What a way to stamp your impression and show your intent. Triton do not want to take prisoners. They do not want to leave anything up in the air. They want to insert dominance, and they have done so on Chalet.
And as our wonderful producer, Jerry the Music Man, says, as much as the mighty Lockdown Ludens try, Triton, well, they're trying a lot. They're winning. Look at those stats. Every player 1.0 or above. Incredible performance from them. Very strong, very measured. They knew how to play the map. They knew what was required. And Whippet, simply put, they won their gunfights as well. So going on to Coastline, what are your thoughts for that?
Well, we saw Triton be confident in mechanics. Every gunfight, every engagement, they didn't hesitate. They didn't think twice. They went for it, and they had that confidence. And when you have that, it can be a difficult thing to overcome for your opposition. So, basing on that momentum, a 7-0 victory, you gotta think about the reverse effect, the mental state that's gonna leave Ludens in. You just lost 7-0, you couldn't get around. That's gonna be something to consider moving into a map like Coastline, especially when it can be a map where a team can be very oppressive and very dominant.
Yes. Now, I feel like Coastline is just a map where mechanics, that's really going to step everything up. That's where you're really going to see if Lockdown Ludens have what they need. It's that and Clubhouse, I feel like they've been the quintessential maps for Lockdown Ludens throughout both seasons. They've been very comfortable on Club back in Season 1, shifted a bit more to Coastline when they realized teams, they were getting strats, they were getting coordinated. So they said, well, our strength is in our mechanics, let's go there. But you've got a team that are, on paper at least, much, much stronger with the mechanics. So Coastline, you've really got to wonder, Whippet, how's that going to go?
Well, I don't want to leave predictions after my caster curse for a semi-finals, but I will say one little addition to what you mentioned. Not only were Triton very good mechanically, their understanding of the map, their strategy, the way they played around, the strengths and weaknesses that map provides and the power positions given to them was sublime. They were super well prepared. They understood Chalet down to a T, and if they can bring that same level of management, that same level of understanding to Coastline, it might be a very short day in the office for them, but a hard one for Ludens.
Yes, now we are going to take a break just before we get into our next map, Whippet. I've also decided I'll just take a break from predictions after SI. Just not going to bother. I'm just going to leave it and walk away. So I want to hear what Twitch chat thinks. So, you know, while we're in the break, let us know who and why, because that's what I really want to know. Coastline, it's going to be a huge game. Now, I'm being told that we're actually going to go to Villa, which might be confusing me, and it's still a couple of the things on the board, they do make sense, but we'll talk about that after the break. Do not go anywhere.
Welcome back to the Bull Grand Final. We've just witnessed Team Triton put on a powerhouse of a display on Chalet. A 7-0 victory against the Lockdown Ludens, meaning they are now one map away from clinching a victory in this final and becoming your Season 2 champions. One correction I have to make before we went on our break. The next map is going to be Villa. We got ourselves mixed up, but I am, of course, once again Whippet, and joining me still is the one, the only, the magnificent McCready.
Yes, thank you for introducing me in such a beautiful way, Whippet, the maid man. But, I mean, you know, we can save that for your own personal streams. But the big thing that we do need to talk about is the fact that Villa is a very different map to Coastline. Now, it was a little bit of an issue with our last minute production, but that's fine, because the map doesn't change, apart from when it did. And there's a lot of things that change with it as well. We talked about Coastline being a very Frank-heavy map, and we simply say, Whippet, well, Coastline, that map was going to be Tritons. It was very worrying for Lockdown Ludens thinking about going to Coastline. That's not the case now, is it, with Villa?
No, Villa's such an interesting map because it can lend itself to an aggressive team, but at the same side, it has so many buffer rooms, so many choke points, so many lines of sight. A strategical team, it can be very rigid, can be difficult to break down. It's kind of a give and take map, and judging by Triton's confidence on mechanics alone, they might just have a bit of an advantage when it comes to those tricky gunfights, because if you think about it, fighting people around Pig and Zombie are key areas that are always tricky fights because there are deep corners, you're exposed to multiple positions. If you have the confidence of Team Triton displayed on Chalet, you'll swing that, win your fight, and be primed and ready to take the next engagement for that potential trade-off. Just, it's one thing to keep in mind, but Villa is a different shape to Chalet. Super interesting how this is going to work, and honestly, it does give a chance for the Lockdown Ludens to perhaps grab more rounds, get themselves back in this series, and you never know, they might be able to take this map and force us all the way to our decider of club.
Yeah, now what I feel is really important. Now, this is something that I'm just taking away from another team in ECS, and it's something myself and our producer, Casadova, and it was a very, very aggressive red stairs and 90 long setup with it, which you think, okay, this is actually going to be Lockdown Ludens map pick. This is their decision to go here, so they're going to have prepared it. They're going to have strats. So maybe they might want to have that utility denial over towards red stairs. Maybe in Aruni, for example, you have a Surya gate on that little box door or one of the walls in case utility tries to go through. You make a couple of melee holes over towards the trophy side and then play along for support. If you know this team are going to go for a master take, I mean, it's something that I found is very aggressive positioning, but very much goes to the strategic side, whereas you'd expect to see, I don't know, on defense, you'd expect to see Triton just winning their gunfights with an actual trophy hold, let's be honest.
Yeah, I'd imagine, especially with the way Triton were playing Chalet, they will commit people to cross-map roam presences. If they're in trophies aside, they'll have presence inside a study in 90 and vice versa. It is such a strong way to play, and especially when you're a team that seemingly, at least on a map like Chalet, played with a lot of confidence around the strategies, understood the depth and intricacies of a map like that. If you can play like that on another map like Villa, and you can have that confidence in mechanics, it could be an absolute benefit. And again, our map operator bands may have a different story to tell. They might have an influence on how people can play this and overall how this map will flow.
I don't really expect Thatcher to be that big of a ban. Now, obviously, I do expect to see him regardless, but even if he isn't, I don't really expect it to have that much impact on the game itself. Triton on their defense for Chalet were very comfortable with that Thatcher being on the board. Ludens, they didn't actually take advantage as much as you'd want to see, only the last couple of rounds. That's why I've seen the Yana being taken away, because, well, Triton, they don't need to worry about the Thatcher and the Maverick operator. Well, suddenly you think about Sardine and Replay and how well they've been able to get down below with C4s and how many soft floors there are on Villa Whippet. I've said 1,000 times in this league alone. C4s on that Villa floor will ruin an attack. That's why Thatcher just got banned and not Maverick. And more importantly, Thatcher has a lot more widespread utility.
Yeah, it really does. Those EMPs are somewhat of a blanket offensive tool. You throw one in the vicinity and anything is going to get disabled and removed from action for 30 seconds. And, you know, if you need to clear ADSs, throw it against the opposite wall, send some nades, you know, to get rid of that player in that position. could be a massive benefit, but of course they don't have that utility to work with because he has been banned out. Mira, another massive ban for a map like Villa Aviator Games. You know the benefit of having a Mira window can. It can create a massive kill box in towards Study, and our final ban will be that Jaeger, which is an intriguing one to say the least. He's going to be removed, so I wonder if we will see some more grenades being tossed out. We did see that Yana banned out, so there are 2 less for grenades available for an attacking side to use, but we'll have to see how that one plays out.
The only response I have is laughs in Wamai. We are just going to see Wamai being brought, because a lot of teams have actually said, okay, well, Jaeger, he has a little bit more recoil and some, right, weapon. I'm going to flex, right? I've been playing the game for 5 or 6 years, actually. I've played since beta, just like our Observer Science, and yourself. Jaeger's gun's recoil has pretty much always been the same. So I'm immediately saying, well, a change to that just feels wrong to me. But, I mean, I just play Melusi or anything anyway. And when my beat gets brought in, you still have that catching utility. You still have the ability to shut down aggressive pushes. And when you think about maybe a Ying on the board, or maybe a Gridlock, that utility still gets used. And a Candela being taken away, it's actually beautiful. If you see a Candela just go up into the roof of your entire squad, flash the whole team, and then that's just the dinner bar for the defenders. Now, Triton really getting on topic now. They have got that one right. They've got the mute, they've got the smoke, they've got the Banshee, and the Valkyrie, most importantly. The C4s, they're gonna be hell.
They really will be. You're going to have to take a very careful step around this map. A single misstep and you might find yourself blasted next week. And, well, opens that container holding the hammer. Hopefully Nip aren't going to charge you for any damages to that items. Be careful, as that smoke is going to be one of the only players on site as of right now with a massive extension down towards the Iron Statue. But again, as we were mentioning in our preparation, we're not too surprised by this. This is exactly how we'd imagine Triton would play, and well, I hope they can keep up this pressure and make it a difficult entryway. And for Ludens, I do hope they can find a bit more of a foothold and have more of a significant impact in these rounds.
Yeah, now, I think Ludens, they're going to go for a very typical take. And Benji's going to start it off in a very confusing way, actually, of being taken off the board. That's a bit of a shame, because I think it's just crossed that little threshold where you can get a rehost, or you can get a pause, so... Well, now, Lockdown Ludens are 4 versus 5 against a very aggressive defender-sided team. You've got Octagon playing in 90, and with the Wamai, with those constant pellets, that has just become hell. Ludens, they're not going to want to get aggressive. They're not going to want to give away anything for free, and they've already done that, which is the biggest problem with it.
Yeah, this is going to be a lot of pressure building now. Jibo is going late towards the study balcony window, and it's always, or study balcony I should say, I'm always a little bit unsure about study, because it's such a difficult position to play correctly. You need a lot of pressure from your team, you need a lot of covers and cross ankles held to be able to make their play this in somewhat of a safe fashion, and, well, we haven't seen the Ludens get to those positions just yet, so that ace on the balcony will have to bide their time and just play a little bit more patient. Lots of Valkyrie cameras displaced or placed around the map, and one of those watching in the study. Gady's being very careful to cannot get caught out by any positions. KK as well, staying passive. A C4 tossed out with Sardine down below and to no avail. Finds no damage. Had 2 targets, but sailed just between them. Gady drops down that hatch in pursuit to chase down Valkyrie, but we see that retreat, that rotation back up towards the main stairs has already occurred. Proctor takes a lot of damage. KK finds a kill on the Sardine, and that levels things back up to a 4 versus 4.
Yes, but Gady, he's going to be able to find a kill to add on to that, making it a 3 versus 4. The attackers, they lost the early player, but they will pick up that player advantage in the last 40 seconds. Something I do quite like from Triton is they've been able to distract and tunnel vision Ludens really, really hard. But without these roamers, that's not going to be an option. They are going to have to deal with Lockdown Ludens and the full extent of their fragging potential. Proctor, he's just going to walk in. He's going to be behind that island and the gunfights. The gunfire, that will give away something. Matums realizes with this shield gone, you could just get out and swing with the shotgun. But somebody's going to be watching it. Octagon has a little bit of cover. You have to have Michelle watching the back because, well, Proctor's going to be able to find a kill onto Octagon. Jobu goes down. The smoke is trying to finish it off, but Proctor sticks the plant. Matums finds a kill onto Jobu. Gady will fall, but now it's a 2 versus 2. The plant is down with it, and Lockdown Ludens have just become the defenders.
They have to hold on for a little bit longer. The AK sings. KK finds Majera second in the round, but doesn't read the rotate. Maytoms finishes that kill with a knife. A 6-inch blade can do some damage, but now it's time for the SMG-11. A small magazine, but only needs to land a single shot towards that Ash. Tries to bait this defuse, potentially sticking it out. Tries to play cautiously. The ping is there, but no! The R4C wins it out as Proctor claims Lockdown Loon's very first round in this series.
Yes, a very, very strong one to start off. It's their map, Whippet. This is their game. They want it. And as Benji says, the one time he doesn't restart his PC before a map, he crashes. And the one round which he's not in, Lockdown Ludens win. Now, of course, has come out to allow Lockdown Ludens just a little bit of time to catch up. Few issues actually, Whippet, with the C4s being used. We saw them being used a bit prematurely, and I feel like maybe not in the best position. You think about how they were clumped together in the actual plant, even if you don't know that somebody's there. The audio cue from the smoke simply says, well, they're not actually on Vault Door, they're actually behind there. So if you get a C4 all the way from Vault, or all the way from that actual Aviator Games wall, it sails over, easily lands right in the middle of them. Much more impact than the smoke. You stop the plant going down. The last player is on 90, Bookshelf, trying to do something, but at that point the round's lost in such a dominant fashion.
Yeah, that was a really dominant display. I mean, the moment that plant went down, Ludens looked like they were in control, and it was a very different side that we've seen from them, however. Like, if you look at Chalet, they seemed like they didn't have claws, they had no punch, they didn't have any power behind them, but now they had a player disconnect, had to fight back from an early disadvantage thanks to a disconnection, and they still got the round. They fought for that tooth and nail, inch by inch, and well, now they got the very first round in this series. It could be a turning point for them. Let's see how this continues to play out as we go back to Aviator Games. Second time of asking for Team Triton, and they make amends for their mistakes previously.
Yeah, I want to see Replay and Sardine just play a lot more comfortably and don't say, right, we gotta get these C4s off, we gotta get a kill. Relax. Take a breather. That's how you're gonna win. And they are gonna play this extension. They are gonna play that Aviator game side. Just check for the drones, because the way that they play this, you feel like early pressure, you drop down, you make it known that you're there, Whippet, and then suddenly Ludens, they're wasting time, they're worrying. That's something on Chalet that they couldn't deal with. It was stalling out. It was dealing with these roamers.
Yeah, well, clearing out these roamers is a critical part of this, whether you force them back in Onion Peel style or you just blatantly kill them outright. A critical moment, but Octagon takes no prisoners. The MP5K from a distance makes short work of Ash. And that's going to be the early advantage. Sitting with Lockdown Ludens, I think Mute might be jamming us a little bit here.
Yeah, the wonderful sound of music, the sound of Mute Jammers. Well, if you are right now, Majay, you love to hear it because it means they are working. Now, we're probably going to have to hear this for a while, simply put. But just be glad, Whippet. It's not the sound that constantly gets louder and louder and louder. But the thing that is getting louder is the pressure for the Ludens. Right now, there's 2 minutes on the clock. They're a player down. They were here before, and they want it out. Can they do it again, though? This, you have to remember that kill that they just got was an actual gunfight rather than a disconnect. Majere is going to be looking to add on to this counter with a player on 90, but there's nothing there at the moment. You're going to have to rely on Replay to really get up those stairs, but as soon as that happens, main stairs, that falls out. Ludens, you're in nice positions. Can you find anything from it, though?
Let's hope they can, as our audio is being restored. We can now hear all the no, it's back. We had it for a brief second. Mute Jammer back.
Why are you talking, Whippet? Just no.
I've cursed us again.
Casticus, it's coming through. It's horrible.
Everything I say, it always goes against me. I say it's gone, the Jammer comes back.
Just don't do predictions ever again. You know what? Next Invitational, I'm just going for the opposite. And I will take it from here. A minute left on the clock, and we still have 9 players alive. And, well, that's interesting. Triton, they've not been playing aggressive. They've been bopped on the nose a little bit. They've got a kill, and they're saying, well, we lost it. Sardine is able to find another kill. Jobu's going to go for a refrag, and it is going to get picked up from Octagon. So Triton deciding to play it slow and focus on these gunfights. Katie's able to find replay, but, well, it's not enough to win the round just yet. 30 seconds, 2 players to kill, as well as the 2 that are matching you and Octagon. He's able to find another. Sardine closes things out from Bookshelf. Triton, they waited to strike, but when they did, it was lethal. They have adapted to a lost round. Can Ludens?
I mean, that was a perfect adaptation to make. They played it perfectly and collapsed on the Ludens as they made their entryway into study. I mean, a prime example of how to play a counter-strat or how to react to a round loss from Triton. They tie us up 1 round apiece.
I think we're going to rehearse Whippet because
I think so.
our wonderful observer Science, not only does he have to suffer by listening to me, and not even by choice, most importantly, Whippet,
No.
he's also got to listen to this mute jammer, so we are going to take a rehearse. We're going to come back to us, and we're going to break down that a little bit more, because, well, there's a lot to talk about. Triton, they read into it really, really well. They basically said, well, they took us off guard. They pushed us, they put pressure on us, and we baited it really, we bit. We, you know, hook, line, and sinker, we were on that bait, and Triton, well, they simply gave their lives. Going into the last round, though, they changed it up. They said, right, play it safer. Wait, we got the opening pick. Do not peek, because when we peek, we give them rounds. This is their map. They're comfortable. They have that morale. So, Whippet, you know, I feel that was enough to win 1 round. Do we need to see this kind of trend of lose one to pick one up in the other sites?
I hope not. I really hope that they can be able to have their strategy and make it work for them. Being able, you know, yes, it's a wonderful kind of attribute to have as a team. Okay, we lost. Let's take what okay, this is what they've done. Let's adapt. Let's change micro positioning. Or larger scales, change it to a strategy to make something work. Get that redemption round. Are always great things to see. But whenever a team is consistently lose, win on the same site, questions have to be asked on core strategies. Yes, they can counter-strat it on the live and live fire. You know, credit to IGLs. They need to make changes happen. You can't be kind of on the back foot constantly. And I really hope Triton, if they want to be able to close it out here on Villa, start taking the initiative and start winning rounds without having to make adaptations first.
Yeah, well, to be fair, we've only seen 2 rounds, but I feel like it's a nice little starter because we've shown that Triton, they can adapt. But on Chalet, when we saw Lockdown Ludens, they were losing rounds. There was very little on the way of adaptation that actually meant something. We saw different operators, maybe slightly different takes, but at the end of the day, it came down to stalling. It came down to not having the right position. The big question I want to ask is, will Lockdown Ludens, will they have that same sense of mind to go into the round and say, okay, we just lost it because they didn't play aggressive? How can we force them to? How can we make them just feel uncomfortable? And my immediate guess with it is we're going to be heading to Aviator Games most likely, and even if not, we're going down to the bottom floor. A buck. Get the buck vertical. If they're in Aviator Games, just shoot up.
It's a strategy that I think is somewhat underutilized inside of Europe and North America. I mean, it's a bit of a dated reference, but when Border was in the competitive pool, you would see teams in LATAM, you know, use Buck almost religiously, open up every panel of flooring they could to make all these power positions uncomfortable to play on. And we don't really see teams utilize that, you know, locking up verticality as much as we would like to. You know, you see it occasionally on maps like Cafe, people pushing the reading and clear cocktail via that verticality, but you know, that possibility is here on Villa, and it would be nice to see teams perhaps, you know, use it more often.
It's a pocket strat as well on maps like Cafe. It's not the accepted approach. It's not when you go into Cafe, you say they're on top floor, we're gonna go right down below, and it's not something the defenders prepare for. It's a pocket strat in the simplest sense. So I feel like it's something, a team that can comfortably do it. Now, we see it in T4, but teams are prepared for it. Now, I think if you can get a couple of attackers, maybe get a Buck and maybe an Ash to go down below, get inside and get that control, or maybe even a Jackal for the roam clear, then you can get in, start tearing up that floor, and you could just run out if need be. Get the utility on the wall, get your hard breacher open and get out. But I feel to really get the most out of it, you go towards places like maybe China. You maybe commit 3 players there, 2 players for that master bedroom. You think about, okay, let's get pressure on China, get an IQ maybe down below as well, clear out some utility, who knows? You put pressure on them, you make them feel uncomfortable, and then they'll start coming down. That's when you win the gunfights. You have the flank watch in place. That's where you win it.
Yeah, you hit it perfect. On a map like Villa, when you can cut off flanks, make air rotations difficult, you can really kind of have somewhat of a stranglehold on a round, really pressure players into certain very narrow areas, and you can use that to your great advantage. And I mean, there's a lot of potential for both these teams right now. And again, I think the biggest thing that we can probably say as a caveat to all of our theory crafting is it's round 3. We've just saw 2 rounds getting played out. We haven't seen how these teams are fully evolved, fully diving into this map, and we've only seen one site, 2 rounds played out. So there's a lot more to show, a lot more to see, and we don't have a vision in the heads or the team speaks of these players to know exactly what's going on.
Yeah, I mean, you're using TeamSpeak?
I mean, a lot of people use TeamSpeak for comp, from my experience, because when you're like Discord and Moss don't like each other that much, so you run TeamSpeak for less CPU usage.
I mean, well, we don't exactly play comp, but anyway, we're just gonna get back into the game. Let's not worry about that. I'll talk to you. I'll have a little conversation with you off screen about that. But getting back to us on screen, Team Triton and Lockdown Ludens, they are 1-1 equal at the moment. Trophy Statue will be the next site that we're heading to, and simply put, I want to see them go down below, but this lineup, it doesn't support that.
No, it certainly does not, as Trophy Statue will be your side of choice. And again, we have 3 C4s on the lineup, so this is going to be an interesting one. Lots of threat, lots of likelihood of a death from below situation for the Ludens as they make their entryway. And I wonder, judging by the spawn points, it does seem like a study take is going to be on the line for us. So they're going to be pushing in from study, trying to clear that entire side, the southern side of the building, pushing north. And if they can do so, they can have a lot of map control, but every step they make, every floorboard they walk on is going to be penetrable. So that C4 threat is going to be ever present on their entryway.
Yeah, now, Sardine has noticed there's a couple of drones over here, and, well, 3 drones is not a coincidence. You simply say, right, it's going to be a study take. If you're smart, if you have fluid strats in place, that's when you tell your team, okay, get Aroma over towards study, I'll play 90, we're going to shut them down at the very start. You have got Octagon over by that master bedroom to deal with the utility, shoot holes in the floor, and then when, like, Selma charges or banner pellets that come over, they get taken away. And, like, when frag grenades, when they come over to try and clear out the utility, they get picked apart as well. Right now, I think if Triton can read into this push, which you should be able to from those drones all being spotted on main stairs, that's when you say, right, Octagon, you do the utility over towards master bedroom. That's it. The rest of us are really going to focus on having our guns trained towards this attack from study, but there is no study push. Ludens, they've realized, well, if our drones have been detected, they probably know.
Yeah, if you lose that many drones, they were spotted out on that position, it's pretty safe to assume, okay, the defense know what we're doing, let's mix it up, try something new, and, well, an interesting grenade position, doesn't quite connect, perhaps away, and I've actually never seen on a cast someone on that position. Replay looks to be aggressive, and, well, squeezes that trigger down to perfection, sends some shots down towards Benji, and very narrowly misses an opportunity for that second kill. KK hot the heels of Malusi, looks for it as Benji sends that nade, and, well, Replay is no more, but damage done. And that's going to be a Benji very low on HP and not keen to make any wide bursts on this window. Sardine primed and ready. Or P10 Roni ready and waiting for a single pixel. Sees that drone and knows that's time to go. You don't want to lay around too much longer. Perhaps tries for that repeak.
Yes, now, Majez over by Sunny, and this is going to be quite impressive if he does try and go for it. Not going to matter, though. Nobody's on that balcony at the moment. That is in range. Now, the triple wall is going to start getting open up. Ludens, they've read into it, and they've said we're going to avoid this. The impact trick doesn't go through Whippet, but it will. That's an interesting twist.
Okay.
Maybe there is. Now, Observer, he is the first casualty of this round in the last 30 seconds, spilling some monster, so a moment of silence was keyboard. Whippet, I knocked a whole glass of pop over my keyboard and killed it mid-cast. But that's perfectly fine. I bought another one. You can do the same science. What really needs to happen is Triton. They need to lock down these lines of sight. Ludens, they need to use the utility they've still got.
Well, they certainly have to make full use of every inch utility they have and every centimeter of map control they have. 50 seconds remain, then they have to make a push sooner rather than later. If you leave it too late, it can be a bit of a scrappy mess to get that bomb down. Proctor finds a kill on a Sardine, but a wonderful trade-off by Bajura in 90, and that presents a puzzle to solve. Now they know an SMG-11 sitting in 90, ready to strike. Matum's going to be under a lot of pressure now, caught in that air jab, and KK collects that kill. Make that 3-2 advantage for Lockdown Ludens, covering off that rotation. Astro with another air jab. Magerio down below, C4 in hand, and this could be a pivotal moment as the AK sings and Octagon has no fighting chance. The C4 though finds one on the Benji, comes up the red stairs, SMG-11 primed and ready, finds the Nomad, one more to go, 8 seconds, but Giobu draws quicker, and the Lockdown Ludens claim their second round.
Second round in the series, second round in this map, and my god, that execute, it was good. Now, I said Ludens, they had to use a utility they had left, and, well, to put it simply, Whippet, they didn't have any. So they went in, they won their gunfights, they played for refrags. They realized it was a dire situation, but they did the best they could, and thus, they won. They pushed in, like you said, found refrags. Octagon being taken away, that was huge from KK, because you give yourself some breathing room. The plan can start going down, but then Major, he has to push in. He has to get aggressive. This is what I said, Whippet. Triton, you make them uncomfortable. They have to swing you. They feel like they need to rely on their mechanics, and that's when they get fraggy. That's when they go into that ranked mode, and that's when you pick them off. Ludens take their second round.
That was absolutely perfect from them. They were relying on those final few seconds to make it work, and they did so. Great credit to the ace there to be able to have that draw up quick. I mean, that angle grip is a useful tool to have in situations like that. So, moving on to second of asking of this site for Team Triton. We saw them on Aviator Games learn from their mistakes, adapt, overcome, and be able to find themselves in a better standing at the end of it. So will they do the same here? Matums looks to reposition some of these Valkyrie cameras, perhaps give a better idea of picture of what happens on site while they're off on that roam. Well, Triton, not many changes to make, just perhaps worrying about their initial engagements and holding on to that player count for a little bit longer.
I feel like that's definitely what needs to happen. I mean, Ludens, they've lost players very early on quite a few times, haven't they? And that's something that needs to change. And in the one round where they actually won, or the 2 rounds, sorry, they've still been the opening pick. I mean, I'm not really sure where I'm going with this other than just don't die, for God's sake. If you're winning rounds, losing that opening player, just don't die. Wonderful piece of analysis there, and I think I'm going to retire now. I don't think I can get any better than that, Whippet.
I mean, it's a very valid piece of analysis. If you don't die, you win round. I think. Yeah, I think honestly those are words of wisdom we should all live by.
Oh, no.
Don't die.
It's going to get clipped. It's just going to the show reel.
Yeah.
But anyway, Ludens, they're trying to find something to put in their own show reels as a team. They're making a nice little line of sight up towards that bathroom area so they can cause issues if need be. But they're having players down below. That's what I like. They're using this utility and they're trying to get rid of the Tritons.
Now we hear that AK off in the distance, sending some 7.62 down towards Astro, but to no avail. Lots of control inside of Master Bedroom gathered, and they're very cautiously waiting to cross to get rid of this camera. It's relaying so much information, and perhaps they should prioritize getting rid of it. Replay finds the opening kill as Proctor's off the board, but Benji, though, keep an eye on that repel. That could be a very important position to hold on. That does split the site pretty significantly. It makes Astro in a comfortable position to play in. Prone Valkyrie removes that camera verticality available for Sardine, but Matum's not in a pretty position right now. Has to worry about a lot of positions, a lot of angles, and a single misstep could spell demise.
Yeah, and I feel like when we see a player on this Astro window, that's where the push is going to focus. You have Benji, he's gone down below, the frag grenade goes up through the vertical, but doesn't find its mark. If you get it through now, you find a kill into Matum's maybe, just a bit of damage. Sardine knows you're there. Get Benji back on the window. Get your players in bathroom, you flood Astro, then you have control of the sideways push. Think your blue area on Clubhouse. Right now, Benji, he is going to be taken away by Sardine through those floor. And Octagon with the other P10 Roni is going to find a kill onto Gady. And now, well, Ludens, they've stalled apart again. Jobu and KK, they're in the master bedroom and in closet and not really sure what to do. Jobu, he's going to scratch his head a little bit and think, well, maybe I'll shoot this Melusi. Why not? Let's give it a go. They're going to push through, and Jobu is going to get taken away thanks to Sardine. It's all down to KK. We've seen some incredible play from them so far, but Triton, it's like we saw in the second round, Whippet. They're playing safe.
They really are, and this is going to be a tricky position. 10 seconds left to go. Finds the kill on the Valkyrie, but at this point it's just consolation prizes because you're going to get lit up as you peek, and with 5 seconds left to go, Triton have made the adaptation, they've made it stick, and they win the second time of asking of an objective. So, you mentioned that we might be on for a bit of a trend. They go to a site, they lose it, they learn, they repeat, they win. So will that be the story of this entire map? I certainly hope not, because, well, it's an interesting one. I don't know. I'm not a big fan of lose win type things, especially on the same site. I would like them to try and go to other places and try instead of gambling, because we could end up locked into just seeing Trophy and Aviator Games as well. Aviator Games getting brought out yet again.
Yeah, and I mean, I've got some thoughts on that as well. Most importantly, the fact that you should try something else now, Triton. I think Aviator Games, you did adjust to it. If you can keep that going, get another round on the board that's at least 3, maybe go to Trophy Statue, do the same thing. But if you go down below, Ludens might be able to win it, but you can catch them off guard. You can really just say, well, they're expecting Aviator Games. They know how we set it up. They might make adaptations themselves. But the one thing I really like for Ludens, and this series in particular, Ludens are on the attack on the Villa, which is predominantly defender-sided, but depending on a good attacking side, which I don't think Ludens are very comfortable with it. An attacking side that's comfortable and aggressive, they can take Villa very comfortably. But Ludens, they're setting the pace, and going on to defense, I think that's where they're really going to shine. That's where their strategy really comes into play.
Right, so... sorry, I was just distracted about the Twitch chats conversations. With
It's an interesting one, you know. I like to. Well, where are you, Pez or Tic Tac?
I've never had a Pez. I don't know what that is. So
I'm not
gonna have to say
alone.
Tic Tac. Yeah, see, casters together don't know what thing is.
Wonderful. Now,
Yeah.
the push is going to come through. They're going to start making an entrance, aren't they?
They are making their entryway as Octagon tries for a fadeaway, trying to challenge in Kanto versus Mantis, but can't make that one work for him. Strone's going to be able to relay that information, starting to make some punch holes, a nasty position down inside the lower bathroom. 2 minutes 20 remains. A lot of angles being held, entryways being made, and I do like perhaps that they're committing to a bit more of an aggressive hold on red stairs and not necessarily being deep inside of Trophy and Statue. Because, well, yes, they were able to get initial kills from there before. They did suffer some casualties from this type of hold, so giving this real side up for free essentially, while waiting for the attacking side to come to them and line themselves up for a collapse, might be a wise choice from Triton.
Well, this is what I talked about with Triton, is they make their presence known and they pull back and play comfortable. They say that they're going to dictate the gunfights. That's what's happened. A minute is already off the clock in Ludens. Well, they're in Astro, but they're not comfortable at all. They're still joining out 90. They're still getting this map control and solidifying it. Triton, they sit pretty. Octagon, he's able to move over into study, and in the same position he was in before, Majer's going to be able to find a kill and cake it. Octagon, if he stays alive here, that's just going to end everything, because remember, that attacker of Gyobu has a diffuser. Now, 90, it will be taken. There is a player down below, and probably going to be Sardine with that C4. I'm going to go out on a limb here, but right now, Proctor gets some pressure onto Bar. Gyobu has an angle, so a crossfire can be made. Octagon, they know where he is, thanks to Proctor, who's going to be able to find that kill. A 4 versus 4 Whippet, a minute left. It's shaping up to be incredible. Take it away.
Certainly is. Gaiety now has 90 control. Red stairs creeping up. Now as Maytum's in vault, tries to make a stand. Time draining away and execution imminent. Can the Ludens make it stick? However, gathering critical information late in this round, making sure you don't take a risk inside of that fireplace and study. As Gaiety, lots of control, lots of angles to work with, but this peek by main stairs might occur. But look down below. That silhouette, that ominous glow, that C4 below. As Replay finds one on the Gaiety. Gets Ludens down to 3 players, a 4 versus 3, Ash inside of maps. The information's there, Gyobu retorts, and that's Replay off the board. The G360 sings, the Sardine fires back with the MPX, creeping up by the rotation, vaults on in, what the shotgun does the damage at close range, and Sardine collects the scraps as Benji falls. Team Triton make good of their third attempt at this bomb site and move themselves to a 3-2 advantage.
Yes, they break the curse and take that round. Their adaptation, it came in useful again. They played it safe, they made Ludens come to them, and that's when they really just decided to strike. When Triton are in control of the situation and the map control and the pace, that's when they win it out. As soon as they start getting aggressive, Ludens will take the round. That's the kind of trend that I've been seeing, and that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm going to say it sticks. That's what's going to happen with it. Now, we are going to head to Dining Room Kitchen. Now, the Triton, they don't really have a choice to do anything but. And, well, Ludens, there were some good things in that last round that I want to see translate. I want to see Proctor being able to get very, very aggressive, get those kills, just catch Triton off guard without even looking the right way. If you're able to put the defenders under that amount of pressure, you could just start picking them apart one by one by one. This pulse is going to be an issue, though.
Yeah, the Pulse is going to be relaying it's so much information. If you push up Pantry, Pulse knows. If you make a single footstep in Master Bedroom, Pulse knows you want to push for your laundry. Well, guess what? Pulse knows. Not only does he have that information on callouts, he has a C4 in his back pocket and can direct a symphony of Nokia bricks to land at your feet at any time. So it really is going to be a tricky task of Ludens to get control without suffering at least some damage to the C4s down below.
Yeah, and I feel like Matem's just having that control, no IQ on the board, like we said. The IQ just hasn't really been that big of a pick anymore, especially since the 22nd meta died, so that Pulse gets a lot stronger. IQ, the only direct counter, not being on the board, Pulse's 1 C4 could just find a kill, and like you said, a symphony of C4s. More like a call center from hell at this point, 5 C4s of Triton, all ready to sing and get a goddamn kill. Triton, they want aggressive operators. They want aggressive guns. And all of them, bar Magere and Matem's really fills that up. You've got the Kekta. You've got the MP5. You have the MP7. And you have Triton, who have proven they all know how to use them. 7-0 on Schley, might I remind you, Whippet. This definitely going much better for Ludens, but top floor hold, it has a lot of potential to stall out.
Certainly does, and we're still at a 5 versus 5. Lots of time left to work with an Octagon Vector in hand upstairs, holding on with Goyo. And Matems, well, we talked about this cardiac sensor, and this is going to relay information the moment you walk into its radius, and that's going to be a priming setup for Octagon. He'll know when threats are emerging, and he's behind some bullet holes inside of Astro. They don't know. If they wander too close in towards Wolf, they might find their life forfeit as that Vector leaves no prisoners. And it's going to be a tricky moment as Benji's playing a dance with the devil. He doesn't even know it's there. Proctor removes the utility off that wall and now has an opportunity to strike. The bullet holes are mid null and void. Shots through the wall. A minute 30 and pressure mounts. This is going to come down to a bit of a crescendo. The roam presence falls back. A C4 detonated off in the distance, but nothing connects. As now Replay deep into the Master Bedroom, a great position to pounce as no one knows he's there. And well, speaking of Replay, he finds 2. Gady and Benji fall in a 5 versus 3. A C4 from the Pulse down below, and will it connect? No, it doesn't. Proctor gets a trade on the Sardine, but Octagon is there. It's a 4 versus 1, and GA with the last one standing. A minute to work with and a minute for recovery. But I'd imagine Triton will sit tight on the site and lock this one out.
Yes, this half, it's all falling apart for Ludens. Giobu on his own on those red stairs. He's got to push down, but guess what? Matems is there with the pulse scanner. And this means only one thing, Triton. If they want to get hungry for kills, they can. At this point, you play refrags, you play together, you have won the round. But if you give him one-on-ones, Giobu can still take this apart. Too many players in too many positions for it to really be winnable, and Octagon's going to be one to finish off this split with a 4-2 on the defense. Now, Whippet, the reason this is important, it was tit for tat for tit for tat on the first couple of rounds, but now Triton has started pulling ahead. Can they keep this momentum going on attack? I think they might be able to. But Ludens, they have some things to offer.
They certainly do. I mean, Ludens have been a lot more active, a lot more potent, and a bit more of a threat here on Villa. And so moving to the defensive side, where this map has been weighted towards in the past, could be a benefit to them. Aviator Games getting brought the weaker sites on the map. It's slipped away. It's falling away from being a juggernaut it once was. So can they make good of this? Gary brings up that alibi, and this is going to be an interesting matchup to say the least. And there's that book we were talking about, McCready. down below, keep an eye. That Canadian operator might be just doing some remodeling of that lobby's floor or roof.
It really doesn't surprise me Sardines bringing this book. He loves the book, and for very good reason. That's C8. It's very, very, very beautiful when you can control the recoil, of course, and I'm going to have to make a confession with it. I'm not the best with the C8, but Sardine, he definitely is. He has those flashbangs to go with that soft destruction and the 2 drones, as well as that good gun, which he can control to a lethal extent. Well, you're simply saying, okay, now the floor down below the Ludens, that's all going to be soft. He can get down there. Support of just 1 or 2 players, maybe even Octagon. They went to the same uni together, played on the same first team, I do believe, if I'm not really mistaken. I feel bad because I'm actually from the same uni as Octagon, and Sardine went there. Anyway, it's perfectly fine. Same uni, there's going to be chemistry, as with all the members of Triton at the moment. They've really, when I spoke to them, really been very complimentary about the other players. So, you're expecting to see them get in comfortable, get that vertical play. It's going to be the Ludens players on the stairs to shut this down.
Well, this is going to be an important one. Benji, keep an eye on Benji for this one. And this MP5 is a scary one. He's having a time looking around, scanning for hostile threats, not wanting a single pixel to go amiss without him knowing. Breaching charge opens up some positioning as Astro is going to be under assault. Replay sets that drone inside, and while Proctor has a good angle to hold off against it, I wonder though they will spot this out. Well, my sitting primed and ready. MP5K looks for some conflict and finds the opening kill. That drone call out coming fractions too late. As Benji, there it is! A wonderful shot from Sardine, deep from inside of the hallway, and that finds 2 early kills in favor of the Ludens. And can they grow this advantage even further to lock out this round early? Oh, a wonderful read! Majer, you can't just do that. Benji through the wall finds his head cleat from their shoulder, as that's going to be 1 back for the good inside of Triton.
Well, simply put, you're looking at that if you are actually Majer and saying, well, you've just got 2 kills over this area. Gonna pre-fire you. We're gonna get down below, start using these frag grenades, clear the utility, we can still get in. But the big thing is, well, Ludens, they have put the pressure onto Triton, taken the fight to them, and in doing so, they might not be as comfortable as before. They've lost that vertical soft breach, and now, like I said, they need to use the frag grenades. Katie takes some damage, but not enough to push them out. And suddenly, well, Triton, they're going to start stalling out. They're going to be very uncomfortable, and they're going to have to just push in it together. This study and main stairs looks like the area of approach. They need to take bookshelf. Otherwise, they will just fall apart due to these sightlines. Replay's there to help. 45 seconds on the clock. Katie will take some damage, but not enough to kill. There it is, though. Now you can move up those stairs. Take 90, and the push. It's going to come through Whip It with 35 seconds on the clock.
A wonderful recovery from Majer, taking this round by the scruff of its neck and finding 2 to get to a level playing field. 3 versus 3 with 20 seconds left to go. An explosive finale guaranteed. The MPX sings off in the distance, cornered down inside a vault. Matums finds the kill on the Proctor. It's all collapsing now. GW finds 1, but the trade is there. KK and Vault brings it to level playing field. A 1 versus 1 and wins it out. Lockdown Ludens stay alive and claim round number 7.
And they keep Triton on the back foot. You take your first defense. Triton's suddenly thinking, well, what are we going to do? We can't lose those attacking rounds that early when you just see 2 players, Octagon and Sardine, taken away so quickly, so easily. You find 1 refrag, but it just wasn't enough. You just didn't know what to do as soon as those 2 core players of the roster were taken away. Trophy and Satu. The Sardine, he's going to be bringing out the IQ at the expense of the Buck Whip It. And I mean, well, Sevilla, maybe she doesn't need to be there. Maybe Sledge doesn't. You're kind of shooting yourself in the foot, and I think Triton, they've lost 3 rounds in 2 maps. But they've just lost 3 rounds. They want a much more dominant side. They want to go into this attacking side running. That's going to rub them up the wrong way.
It certainly will. I mean, what a round that was. What a flurry of kills in action. Oh my. That was what you'll love to see coming down to the dying seconds, the dying breaths of round number 7. And Triton just could not make good of the advantage they managed to grab themselves. So, Round 8. Defense now. Trophy statue brought out by the side of the Ludens. Can they find themselves getting to a level playing ground? What a point of like victory for them this would be. A dominant display from Triton, a 7-0 victory on Chalet, but Ludens showing that their mentality, their mental strength is there, and they will not be rattled from that, moving on and putting up an absolute fight here on Villa.
Yes, that's the big thing I want to talk about. Ludens, this is their map. This is where you'd wanted to see them have that impact, and boy, have they shown up and stepped up. Jobu getting very, very aggressive on the bathroom window, just letting them know, hey, we just won a round with 2 very early kills. Do you want to give us more? We'll take him. Okay. He backs away, but that's that fake pressure that you talked about, or that uncertain pressure, because you don't know if someone's going to run out. You have to drone, you have to commit utility and resources. And, well, Triton, they're going to do exactly that. Maybe fall victim to a couple of mute jammers. The frag grenade, though, got to make sure that's not an issue anymore.
IQ getting some use of that scanner, finding some utility around the map. This is going to be important. Spotting them all out, getting a visual picture of what exactly is going on. The owners need to know. Then you need to know where these gadgets are, so getting an idea on the external side of the building, being able to prep yourself, a good decision. Replay drone down in kitchen, perhaps lining himself up for an entryway down there. Octagon is looking for a Valkyrie camera, not quite sure of its position, and well, there it is. It's been spotted out and destroyed now, so information getting removed, and that potential for knockdown Ludens reduced. So good job, good utility cleared from the IQ, and well, not much pressure being put up inside a master bedroom. They're essentially just walking around here for free, but I speak too soon. Benji, the same position yet again. He stands the king of the hallway, finds another wonderful shot on the sardine, and the IQ is gone, dead and buried. Octagon battling away by bathroom door against 2 tricky positions and tricky fights as Proctor makes her presence known and gets to kill the replay. Make it a second one as Octagon's next to go after Jiru fell to Zofia, and now in a 4 versus 2, Lockdown Ludens looking strong, commanding respect and showing that they can still fight in this matchup. A crossfire establishes the Matum's entryway, essentially blocked off by these 2 defenders. Majer, now the pressure relies on this sledge. What work can they do? Creeping up towards these Astro stairs. This is the impact that could change the round if anything can happen in that position.
Yes, now a line of sight has been made onto that triple wall, so if Matums does want to use it, he can. That's not going to be the case. They're going to have to push together, like you said. Majer on Astro Stairs can catch them off guard. That Banshee is going to make sure it doesn't happen. Matums is going to be ready to deal with anyone who tries to go for the kill. That's going to be Proctor falling Benji as well. A 2 versus 2. Suddenly whip it. This just got winnable. That Claymore's actually mute jammed, so Matums, you need to hold the angle, but that's exactly what the defenders need to do. Triton, you've got to push through. Majer's going to be the player to do it. Finding KK, walks into Trophy and says, Gady, you have not found a kill, and it is dinner time for me. The plant is going down. Majer is going to be holding the angle, but Gady swings. He doesn't win it out, and Triton win a 2 versus 5 whippet.
From the jaws of defeat, they claw that round back. They had no right, Triton. And if you want to punch your ticket to winning Season 2, that level of performance is what you need. 5-3 Team Triton. It's not been an easy battle here on Villa, but what a performance from Matums and Majer. The dynamic duo make it work against all the odds. Trophy statue brought out again by Luton. Second time of asking, will they get themselves an advantage and let it slip once again? If you're supporting them, you're certainly hoping they don't let that happen.
Whippet, I need to tell you right goddamn now how important it is that this game is actually being this competitive. Triton, 1 round from match point, but Ludens, they've shown they really, really can perform. Now, I have to say, I simply have to say it, I want this to go to the 3rd map. If this has got a club, I'll be very disappointed. Because, Villa, Ludens, it's your map. You can prove that you can win it. Triton already proved they know Chalet. Oh, Villa is a map that you should know. And Triton, you're able to bring things back. Ludens, I don't know. I can't call it. I have positives and negatives of both. Mostly positive, though. It's just teams being simply better at the given moment.
I think that's a wonderful way of putting it. It isn't a team being overarchingly more dominant or one better than the other in general. It is those moments, those brief sparks you see certain players click and connect and feel the ebb and flow of this series. And well, that previous round, a wonderful example of it, and everything they came before is showing that Ludens are somewhat finding their stance here on Villa. One round though, and Triton will find themselves holding that match point advantage. So this is a very critical one. Ludens, they need to bounce back. They need to break that potential momentum gained from that 2v5. And if they can do so, that would be a good launching ground to get a level playing field once again. So we have an entryways made inside a walk-in now, and they're pushing on in. Utility is going to get displaced, and that camera sitting and persisting in this position. We've seen it here so many times on so many matchups. It relays so much information, and it's a tricky one to clear, forcing you to commit along or commit across that doorway and expose yourself for a brief moment. Majer takes some early damage, unknown source, but throws back on that repel. Concussions tossed out, and that's going to be pressure mounting towards Giobo. Sardine finds the opening, kills Ludens, suffer the first casualty, and that's Proctor off the board. Your Valkyrie gone, C4 in hand, as now shots whizzing over the Astro desk. The MP5K great at close quarters and a very accurate beam, but you're going to get pincered between two. You cannot stand up or risk your head cleared from its shoulders, and that desk is penetrable. You're not safe here. Support required, but that time's running away. The longer Triton take the clear, the more an advantage. And while speaking of an advantage, the man count one is gone as Ludens get an equalizer.
Yes, Giobu, he is gonna get that kill. Proctor and Octagon off the board in a 5 versus 3, and well, it's trophy statue yet again. There isn't as much map control you need, but you need to be able to get these breaches done. You need to waste those impacts, and well, Habana isn't being brought out. She is on the board, but not in this lineup, meaning Maytems, you only have one line of sight. You're gonna have to get on the aggression, and Sardine, he's gonna want to lead that charge. Replay on the Astro stairs, ready to back them up. That Astro is theirs to take if they want to, as long as they know about this replay. They put replay on the reinforcement, it all gets even harder, but the 5 pings coming out. Replay's gonna get down. KK winning the gunfight. Sardine knows he needs to get a refrag, but there's gonna be too many people looking there. He gets it. Giobu getting knocked down. Benji has an answer. Sardine will finish off and get that 3rd kill. You just need to find another one, but Katie is the one to get it. It's all out to Majer. He finds Benji and Whip it. 20 seconds left. The 1 versus 1.
That's another clutch position yet again. 17 seconds. The Goon Mine delaying time and forcing a mission critical moment. The future stuck in no man's land. That Mozzie must control it. And a very careful scouring of the objective. Here's that C4 ripped and primed and ready. Has to get aggressive, fighting around the chassis. An awkward engagement, but finds the kill! Triton yet again! It's Majer that comes up large. And we're going to see Triton move on to match, map, and series point.
And this is where I tell you, Whippet, Majer was actually in Yukin too. So he's got a good pedigree behind him, and my boy is it showing. Able to really step up in those clutch moments with Maytems, with Sardine, with Ripley. It doesn't even matter. He's able to step up, find his kills, and play that support role to a T. Whippet, 6-3. Doesn't feel like that, but that's exactly where we are. Aviator Games is where we're returning. Cleveland's not even going to kitchen dining. And that's wrong, in my opinion. Simply put. I know they won the site, but no.
Oh, this... I want to go back to a point you mentioned, 6-3, but it does not feel like this at all. The scoreline perhaps not an accurate representation of how close those 2 rounds were just. It kept coming down to 1 versus 1 positions. And Triton come up large yet again, 1 round away from closing out and becoming your Season 2 champions. What a matchup this has been. What a map of Villa this has been, Creedy.
I love it. Simply goddamn put. Now, Giobu is having a nice little bit of a reading, just reading up on the strap book maybe, just very quickly before we do go into this final game. Simply put, Whippet. Aviator Games. This is the place where we've seen Ludens really perform. It was the first round they won on their attack. They've won it a couple of times on their defense, and Trophy Statue is where Triton have had better opportunities. This time is where Triton fell flat on their face, simply put. But you've got to wonder, Whippet, aside from strats, aside from playstyle, the numbers game. You've got to win 3 more rounds for overtime. And just to stay in it, just to push us over towards that clubhouse. But you win this one round, you're straight back to trophy statue, right back to square one.
It's definitely the fact now is Octagon on that repel chair again. Oh, closed out our previous round and finds the opening here. Proctor reduced to 1. This is the opening Ludens were dreading, but Triton were dreaming of. The repel to the balcony is there. Benji perhaps thinks about getting aggressive, but they know they can't gamble. They can't risk a single mistake now. May spell disaster, and no one wants to step up. You don't want to try and be a hero right now. Benji frantically sending shots down range, replay so aggressive, so advanced, shots just narrowly missing the body of the Ash, but this is going to be a tricky moment. Runs the main stairs, clears the jammer, and this is a lot of map control conceded by the Ludens very early in this round.
There's a big problem here. There's no 90 presence in replay. Is able to find a kill into Benji. No 90 presence means that Sardine can find Giobu. KK and Proctor, you're able to find 1 KK, but you need 4 more. You need to be able to shut down this attacking side and get that side control, and then you've got to do it 2 more times. No mistakes, no surrender. 1:15 on the clock, but you know that Triton, they're going to push soon. Sardine just has to hold the angle. He's going to spot Proctor. He finds the kill. The plan's going to start going down, and KK, he's the only person who's going to be able to stop it. Has a C4 in pocket, but you're going to need a lot more than a C4. You're going to need luck, aim, and most importantly, whip it.
Well, you've got a limited time. Critical on this diffuser arriving soon. Shots down the 90, but to no avail. Compromising your position in Major. Opened up this series with a magnificent grenade sent to the Shadow Realm, but perhaps too little too late. Red ping is there. Information zone. And Octagon closes it out. Team Triton are your Season 2 champions. They are risen. And what a victory. 7-0 on Chalet. And now a 7-3 display on Villa. What a performance. And they are your champions.
7-3 on Villa just doesn't feel right, but no, that's exactly what the scoreline says. Maybe not there, but you know, what can you do, Arctic analyst? 7-3, that was such a performance. It was tit for tat at the very start, but then we saw a couple of rounds going in favor of Triton. And then he started to build upon it. Their clutch factor was always there. Like I said, on Chalet, it was a case of they were doing everything they can to throw and to just throw everything at Triton to win it, but Lockdown Ludens, it was always catch-up. Whereas Triton, always confident, always ready, always prepared. Now, that was a lot closer than it should have been, Whippet. So much closer than it should have been.
Yeah, it really was. You had another point? I'll let you finish.
No, I didn't, actually. It's just, Triton won. Brought to you from the guy who said, don't die.
I think, let's be fair. Don't die, best advice possible. And Triton really took that to heart, especially Majera in those final 3 rounds. I mean, a stellar performance. I mean, you look at Chalet and you go, yeah, 7-0 dominance all around, a wonderful display. And I mean, we sang their praises, you know, after the match and even during it about how they understood the map, how they understand, how they read positioning and set everything up. But on Villa, they were tested. It wasn't a walking over. Ludens was there. They showed that they're capable of getting rounds and victories. And those last 3 rounds, and especially the 2 that came before our final, they were close, coming down to 1 versus 1 situations. And while the scoreline says 7-3, the matchup itself was a much, much closer story.
I'm so glad that it wasn't another 7-0. It didn't feel like the stomp it was a Chalet, but it definitely gave Triton that mental advantage. And that point advantage, very real, when it came to that Villa. It just said, right, we get these rounds down, we get match point, then they have to push us to overtime. And then even if they win that, they have to go to Clubhouse. So, huge mental advantage. Lockdown Ludens, though. An incredible Villa game was played. It was exciting, we had fun, we had laughs, we had clutches, some beautiful shots, and honestly, Whippet, I think that's all I can say. You know, I love that game. Well deserved to Triton, but it was beautiful. A great game for both teams.
was a wonderful display of Siege, absolutely sublime, and an honour to cast over. And of course, Creedy, it's always a pleasure to have you,
Thank you
on the other side of the virtual caster desk. But when a stream isn't quite over, because we'll have to throw you back to a familiar face. Two doors, you brought us into the stream, you get to close us out. So that's it from myself and McCready. Everyone have a good night, and Two Doors, guide us out.
Thank you so much, guys. That was an absolutely fantastic way to close off Season 2. The entire broadcast this evening, slamming, or technically packing that much action together, 2 semifinals as well as 1 grand final, was the best way to conclude off Season 2. And the entire ride through, it was quite the journey, I've got to say. That, in my own opinion, in my own very, very honest opinion, the conclusion that we saw tonight wasn't necessarily the single highlight of the actual means to which we arrived here. The entire season as a whole was one of the closest affairs that not only myself, but the rest of the staff, Jerry, Noah on production, Science on observation, Whippet, McCready, Peak, Santa, as well as Delta we were all practically on the edge of our seats trying to picture exactly who would have made it within the top 4 positions to finally bow down and have a clash right here for a grand prize of 750 pounds, as well as 5 pairs of HyperX Cloud Alpha S headsets, and none of us could have potentially called it. No one whatsoever. But it finally goes to Team Trident. It was a well-deserved victory on their end, basically coming out of the gates absolutely swinging on Chalet, showing absolutely no mercy to lockdown Ludens and taking what was rightfully theirs. That first initial map set them up so perfectly for success. And don't get me wrong, as McCready and Whippet did state, the scoreline on Villa didn't necessarily dictate the whole story. It didn't show us the entire painting whatsoever, because so many of those rounds, they came down to the wire. Lockdown Ludens really gave Team Trident a run for their money, but, and this is a massive but, Team Trident, they weren't just built different, they were constructed alternatively right there. It was well-deserved on their side, so massive congratulations to TT and commiserations to Lockdown Ludens. They walk away with a 450-pound prize for being the runner-ups, and it was still an outstanding effort, performance, and showing that they were able to bring to the playing field this evening. But we can't necessarily just say thank you to our 2 grand finalists. We also have to give a massive shout out and a huge thank you from the bottom of our hearts to the rest of you guys that actually did participate in Season 2, expanding upon the 6 teams that we had previously in Season 1, upping that to a massive 10. Also, the Minutemen, they were there, so, you know, round of applause, Twitch chat, let's have it. But that is essentially going to conclude everything that we have to offer you guys for Season 2. It's been absolutely just out of this world. What we have seen over the past roughly 11 to 12 weeks was absolutely galactic. And we simply can't wait to show you guys what we do actually have in store for Season 3. But unfortunately enough, I can't necessarily spill the beans on that one right here this evening. You guys are gonna have to go ahead and pay attention to our socials. If you're not already part of our Discord server, make sure to go ahead and join that. You can find the link for that on our Twitter, and you can follow that at UniAllStars. Twitter.com/UniAllStars to stay up to date on all the goings on right here at the Badass University All-Stars. I can tell you from what I've heard, obviously Season 3 is going to have a couple of changes. Some may like it, some may not, but it is still going to be action-packed, and it is still going to showcase the best and brightest the UK university scene does have to show. One more thanks that I do have to extend is obviously to all my co-workers, and specifically Jerry this evening for being actually the first person, or the first caster to have produced among the whole lot of us. So he absolutely killed it this evening, as well as everybody else: Noah, Science, McCready, Whippet, Delta Bacon as well. He did chime in a couple times earlier throughout the season. And then of course the management, Peak and Santa, thank you so much for putting on one of the most grandiose and absolute fantastic platforms that the T4 scene has to offer to the community itself. And one more thank you from the bottom of my heart. Thank you so much for you guys to tuning in to this very final broadcast of Season 2. We simply can't wait to join you guys in season 3 when the dates are confirmed and we can actually get these broadcasts back up and running. But for now, once again, thank you guys so much for tuning in. We will catch you guys on the flip side. Until then, take care, stay safe. We'll see you soon.
Bring it down.